Between 57 and 69% of American adults live paycheck to paycheck, depending on the
Yes,
survey's
thank you. Wow.
criteria.
Yes,
The
give me the
individual struggles
payroll.org
to
survey.
take money.
Yes, never heard it before. So a lot paycheck to paycheck is
Well,
not
but you
a.
said I'm wrong. I just gave you the stat.
I'm
You said
gonna
I'm
explain.
wrong.
I'm gonna explain to you how you're wrong now. Okay, you don't think that
It's all
growth
split
has,
off of productivity from median wages back in the 70s, brother.
That's not true. So
Yes,
that
it is.
chart. No, it's not. So that chart
It
makes
is.
a number of errors. Number one, just to be clear, I will bet $100
Just to be clear,
right now.
you can go back and look at it. You can
I will
go
bet
back and look at it
$100
whenever you want.
right now that I
You
said.
can go back and look at it.
I said
just said
disposable
you can go back
income.
and look at it. I just said you can go back and look at it whenever you want.
Will you bet
I already
$100?
said
Bet
I'm
$100 bucks. Bet $100 bucks
All
if you're so
I did.
confident. Bet $100 that's what I said. Because what
Holy
I guarantee you.
fuck.
Will you do that?
I don't care.
Especially median. I think we have the highest median disposable income in the world outside of like kind of outliers like Singapore and Luxembourg. When people have an incentive to use as little resources as possible to do something, that tends to actually be good for the environment. It is actually better for the environment to grow pears in Argentina, to ship them to Thailand, to be packaged, and then to ship them to the US.
How is that better for the environment?
Because shipping uses less fuel than trucking and railways do in the US, and because pears like take more water and stuff in the US than they do in Argentina.
This market liberalization, this neoliberal kind of framework that they made these countries adopt in the privatizations of their market, did it lead to more or less poverty?
Probably the countries that are accepting structural adjustment programs are countries that were not in a good position to begin with. So the structural adjustment program could conceivably reduce poverty compared to the counterfactual of them not accepting it, but poverty still increase overall because the country that gets the structural adjustment program probably is just in a bad position to begin with. Do you understand that?
Do you want to continue talking about this, or do you guys did you have a specific subject you wanted to talk about, Nonfon?
Well, I just got triggered by that, so I wanted to reply to that. But I mean, yeah, I reached out to you and Civics as well after that Sarah panel, which was about capitalism and socialism or whatever. Broadly, I'm a very strong capitalist, and I'm interested in talking about that stuff with you. I guess I don't want to do a definitions game or anything, to be clear. I'm just trying to understand, because different people have different models of socialism. When you say you argue for socialism, I just want to like kind of broadly, what does that look like? Are we talking like worker co-ops? Are we talking like sovereign wealth funds? Are we talking like centrally planned government control of things? Like, what is kind of the broad model there?
I think all three of us believe in worker co-ops, some sort of a market socialist system. So Pallet, Civics, and I all kind of believe that that's the route we should take.
Sure. And then what is essentially, are we like mandating worker co-ops, or are we mandating them beyond a certain size? Or I'm not going to hold you to like having a super concrete exact model, because like if you were to ask a capitalist 300 years ago what the exact concrete model of capitalism would look like, they probably wouldn't have that. But just kind of broadly, are we kind of mandating that, or are we to some degree incentivizing it? What does that look like exactly?
Well, I don't know. We have differing opinions on this. Like, I advocate more for like municipal syndicates. I don't like the idea of like extremely large corporations. I think that like the more that you can localize it down to smaller collectives, the more that like one individual voice has. And my entire thing is trying to balance and give the individual as much as much autonomy as possible without like hurting the collective. I don't like necessarily the idea of like these large super co-ops like Mondragon. But it's a conversation that we've had before. But yeah, I know
Sure.
Mojo has a different opinion on that.
Yeah, I don't think any of us have hammered this out. I kind of like the idea of a syndicate type thing too, but for individual products. So if you're going to build a video card, you would probably in a small area create a few different companies. One that creates chips, one that puts the chips on the boards, one that puts the boards inside of cooling systems or whatever. You would have different co-ops that do different portions of that product to be able to put it out as fast as possible. And I think that would be the best style of a syndicate type system for an individual product. I'm not sure how much farther I've gone than that as far as how the actual co-ops would be set
Sure.
up. I would want to get rid of corporations altogether, though, outlaw them. So move to an entirely co-op system. You're not allowed to have a corporation.
Okay. So I guess there would kind of be with regards to like co-ops and stuff, there's kind of broad problems I have with that. So, and then with regard to how we're mandating it and how we're scaling it too, I think there are kind of issues with that as well, but maybe they're not like quite as broad. So I guess I'll just say when it comes to like efficiency and stuff of that nature, like probably capitalist firms are going to be the sort of they're going to kind of specialize for the most efficient size. Like you would think that insofar as like vertically integrating, a company so that they produce the components to make the next thing of the whatever product they sell, probably the capitalist firms that do that most successfully, that do that most efficiently, are going to do that, are going to perform the best and outcompete the rest. They're probably going to select for kind of the profit and loss mechanism and the market mechanisms. Is probably going to select for the essentially optimal size there. And broadly with worker co-ops, I think you have issues with essentially just the allocation of capital and labor on the margin across essentially every firm. So, the markets generally incentivize, I'm not saying there can't be problems, I'm not saying it's always the case, but generally incentivize capital and labor being allocated to its most efficient use case, right? If you're an investor and you have capital, you're going to want to get the highest return in it. You're going to invest it where it's needed. If you're a laborer, you're going to want to get the highest return for your work for the most part, and you're going to try to work where you get the highest return for, or the mix of the best return or like meaningful work or whatever, right? Obviously, money's not necessarily the only thing that motivates people. And with worker co-ops, you're essentially forcing firms to take on capital and labor together. So you're probably going to have firms that have a very high return to capital that are not going to be able to get an efficient amount of capital because in order to do so, they have to get more labor, and they might not have a very high return to labor. And conversely, you're going to have firms that have a high return to labor that don't necessarily have a super high return to capital, but you're forcing them to take in capital together, and that'll add a bunch of transaction costs to the labor market as well. I think generally you're going to see a more rigid labor market because people are going to have to be buying into and selling out of firms, and that's just going to make people more hesitant to enter in new jobs or switch jobs, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah, I mean, the last part that you said, like, I do. It's something that I've been thinking about how to like streamline that process. But like the first thing that you were talking about, I don't necessarily advocate for like what is the most efficient way to just like produce shit. I also like when it comes to consumption, like I try to take the thought process of like regression. I think that like specifically within like the global north and like Western democracies, I think that we have kind of evolved into hyper-consumerism. I think it leads to a lot of pollution issues, and it's one of the things that I've advocated for a lot. Is like I think that we need to have a regression when it comes to actual production, but that's more of a society mindset shift than like an actual economic platform. Mm-hmm. No, like, and I would agree with you that, like, in the capitalist structure, like, if you're talking strictly efficiency, then yeah, like, the capitalist structure would be more efficient because you would have less people making decisions. Like, I can make the same argument about, like, a feudalist system, where, like, some feudal lord, like, making executive decision on government and, like, the economics of the serfs beneath him would be, like, an extremely efficient way to govern and run an economy, but like I don't think that's ethical.
When I refer to efficiency here, generally what I'm referring to is what I would call allocative efficiency, right? Resources being allocated to sort of where they are valued and utilized, most efficiently. So like this is like this is kind of like a meme example or whatever. I'm not. I'm not gonna go full libertarian, full of like Mises on you or whatever. But like, if you imagine, a railway company that has to decide whether or not to go around a mountain or dig through a mountain, under a more centrally planned system, whether it be like feudal or communist or whatever, and co-ops to some degree wouldn't have this problem, right? If you're a market socialist, you're somewhat solving this. But if they're deciding when to go through a mountain and use more like labor and concrete versus go around it, use more steel. The nice thing about capitalism and private ownership is that the owner has an incentive to minimize cost, and the prices for the relative prices of these various things are informing the capitalist of what decision to make, and he will have an incentive to choose sort of not only the best decision for him by maximizing profits, but also generally kind of the most allocatably efficient decision, the decision that utilizes the least amount of resources for the most amount of gain, because that's what the price is essentially communicating to him. It's communicating what resources are most scarce and what resources are most abundant. So whatever he chooses, like let's say it's cheaper to go around the mountain, that essentially is kind of freeing up the resources that are more scarce for other more valuable use cases. That's what I mean when I say efficiency here. And I think you can achieve that better under a capitalist market system than you can under a socialist or feudal system. Market or co-ops, in a market system are still going to have like incentives to compete with one another, incentives to generally try to minimize cost. I think the cost associated with co-ops, well, for one, because of that incentive, I'll say it's not clear to me that they would necessarily do things like pollute less, right? Because like the workers at the firm aren't necessarily the ones bearing the cost of pollution, because that's so far spread out among society. So probably they're going to still try to maximize profits in a similar sense.
I'm not making the claim that the workers, like that worker cooperatives would pollute less. I was tying that to like overconsumption, or what I view as overconsumption, in like modern society. But no, which is why that like I advocate for, because like I'm not an anarchist, but like I try to be as close as possible to it. But I do think that there should be like an overriding governmental structure that sets up regulations, but like specifically for like environmental factors.
Yeah. And I'm a liberal. I believe in climate change. Okay, I believe the woke climate change nonsense. All right. So I think that we should have government regulation. We should have government intervention to address things like climate change and such. But for one, I think that you can achieve that under a capitalist system. And for two, I think essentially the most efficient interventions there are typically ones that kind of mimic market systems. So, a carbon tax, for example, is essentially just kind of mimicking the market price if air was owned and you actually had to pay people for the right to pollute, right? That would be how the market system handles it. The carbon tax simply kind of mimics that to the degree that we can in a world where, air is not actually quite owned, right? So I think that's kind of indicative of the power of the market system there. But like insofar as you say, you can see these are going to be cost or whatever, I just think that like maybe, these things strike me as very, when I say material things, I don't mean material as in like materialistic or whatever, but like very important, like things that are actually important to the standard of living, right? The amount of consumption we do is actually very important to our standard of living, right? The rate at which productivity grows is not only important to our current standard of living, but because of how productivity growth compounds, it is very important, 50 years out from now, whether you have 0.25% productivity growth each quarter, or 0.10% productivity growth each quarter. Like that is a very concrete difference 50 years down the line, not just for the evil billionaires, but also for the workers and even poor people, even people in poverty whose absolute standard of living is greatly increased by rising productivity and such.
What if we have a system where we're not required to grow?
Well, I think like that's just like a decrease in our standard of living, at least relative to the counterfactual. Like when you say required to grow, like what do you mean we're growing? Because to me, the thing that we're trying to grow typically is either output or something indicative of real output, right? Like asset prices are probably indicative of real output to a degree, right? So like when we're growing the standard of living. Maybe that's unequally shared sometimes, but probably it still just has net benefits to everyone.
And I mean,
Well, the standard of living is something that's going to be subjective too. I mean, if we create a system where you have to have more than the Joneses, then the standard of living is defined one way. If you have to have all your basic needs met, including healthcare, education, food, shelter, whatever, then the standard of living becomes something else, doesn't it?
Well, when I say standard of living here, I'm more just referring to kind of like the real resources available to each person. I don't mean it. There are more technical senses of the word or the term standard of living or whatever that you can define. But that's all I'm referring to here is sort of like how well the median person is living, or like how much the median person is able to consume and engage in leisure and such.
Yeah, how much they're keeping up with the Joneses. That's where I have a problem. I don't know that we should base our system on how much you can keep up with the Joneses, how big your truck is, how many cars you have, how big your house is, how many times you can go on vacation. I don't know that we should necessarily consider that a standard of living, how big your TV is, whatever.
So I don't think those are the only things that matter, right? Like your family and such probably also matter. But I guess I don't have any reason, I think those are, if you look throughout history, the things that have increased people's quality of life largely are the result of things like economic growth. Even sometimes, I'm not denying sometimes that stuff is like government driven and stuff even, but like, it is inventions, it is ideas, it is innovation, it is material things that have done that. And I think that's a very important thing to try to protect. And I think that's good even for, like I said, even for people in poverty, right? Not only does it probably lift a lot of people out of poverty, but like at the very least, the sort of absolute standard of living of someone in poverty today is higher than it was, 50, 100 years ago. The homeless people probably buy more food now. A lot of homeless people have iPhones now. Like that's good. Like that's a material improvement.
It depends on how you define it. That's what I'm saying. Bigger TV, better phone, whatever it is. But just because it's happened in the past, do you honestly believe we can't make a better future? Do you honestly believe that we can't move forward, that we can't evolve in an economic system? Do you honestly believe that the past is better than today?
So I'm not exactly sure what you mean by that. I think we can make a better future, right? Just my idea of a better future would oftentimes be more capitalist reforms, and your idea of a better future would be oftentimes more socialist reforms or whatever, right? Like,
yeah, your idea would be of a better future is that more of the same. I'm saying that we should change something to make it better.
So yeah, I think like many of the ideas you would have would make the future worse. They'd make now worse and the future worse. It's not that a better future is impossible. It's just that my view of what your ideas are with regards to the future are different than yours, right? So I think I laid out part of the issue I view of worker co-ops. I think you would see more rigidity in the labor market, and that would probably lead to a persistently higher unemployment rate. I think that would probably lead to firms. Yeah, I think firms would probably underhire generally because there's an incentive for workers not to dilute essentially the share that they have in a company, the capital they hold in a company. And then there's also an incentive for companies to sort of underinvest because workers probably have a incentive to take the income the company generates as wages because that'll be 100% owned by them, right? So if the company has $1,000 or whatever, and the workers are choosing whether or not to reinvest it or to take the money for themselves or whatever. If they take the money for themselves, that is fully their money, privately owned. They own all that money. They can invest it. I say they can invest it however they please. Maybe in this world, there's some restrictions on what you can invest in because every company is a co-op, but they can invest it and they own both the principal and the interest on that investment. But if they choose to reinvest it in the company, then the principal, right, is socially owned. All the workers own that, but they only get some of the interest at the end. Sorry, I'm just trying to explain. I think I'm laying out the issues I see with your vision of the future, which is that firms would have a company.
You don't even know what my vision is. You haven't even asked.
Yes, I asked at the beginning. You said largely worker co-ops under a market social system.
Yeah, but you have no idea what the system actually looks like. You're basing it on what you've known from the past or what other people have said to you. Have you ever?
Yeah, because I think words that mean anything. I generally understand when people say co-ops and market socialists, what their model looks like.
Have you? Hello. Have you ever read the parable of the fisherman?
I don't believe so.
Would you do that real quick? It's very short. Just look it up or something.
Oh, wait, is this just a tragedy of the commons thing? Is that what this is? Or
No, it's a tragedy of capitalism.
okay, what am I? Is it this? An American investment banker was at the pier of a small coastal Mexican
it.
village. What am I supposed to get from
Yeah,
this?
that's it.
American
I just
complimented
want you to
Mexican
read
on the
through it real
quality of
quick.
its fish and asked how long it would take to catch them. The Mexican replied, only a little while. The American then asked, why didn't he stay out for longer, catch more fish? The Mexican said he has enough to support his family needs. The American said, but what do you do with the rest of your time? The Mexican fisherman said, I sleep late, fish a little, play with my children, take siestas with my wife, and stroll into the village each evening where I sip wine and play guitar with my amigos. I have a full and busy life. The American scoffed. I have an MBA from Harvard and can help you, he said. You should spend more time fishing. With the proceeds, buy a bigger boat. With the proceeds from the bigger boat, you could buy several boats, and eventually you would have a fleet of fishing boats. Instead of selling your catch to a middleman, you could sell directly to the processor, eventually opening up your canary. You could control the product processing and distribution, he said. Of course, you would need to leave the small coastal fishing village and move to Mexico City, then Los Angeles, and eventually to New York City, where you will run your expanding enterprise. The Mexican fisherman said, but how long will this take? To which the American replied, 15 to 20 years or so. But what then?
Sorry
Asked the Mexican.
Mojo, I'm going to drop for like 5 minutes. There's like a tornado warning like right over my house. I'm trying to see what the fuck's going on.
Okay.
I'll be back up in like 5 minutes.
Okay, cool.
The American laughed and said, that's the best part. When the time was right, you would announce an IPO, sell your company stock to the public, and become very rich. You would make millions. Millions, then what? The American said. You could retire, move to a small coastal fishing village where you could sleep late, fish a little, play with your kids, take siestas with your wife, and stroll to the village in the evenings where you could sip wine and play guitar with your amigos. Wow. So I don't know. I don't think that this is like meaningfully replying to the kind of stuff I said. And I think probably, so workers right now under a market system, I think, have some degree of choice over how much they work and how much they engage in leisure, right? I think the issue with mandating co-ops would be that you would essentially distort those decisions because firms would have an incentive to underinvest and underhire. So I think you're directly doing it when they have an incentive to underhire people, and you're indirectly doing it when firms have or you're making the sort of quality of people's leisure worse off overall in the long run, at least, when the incentive to kind of underinvest means that people are less productive.
What if all basic needs are taken care of by the community as a whole? All basic needs.
So I think there should be some kind of government kind of guarantee of a lot of basic needs. So like, I don't think that, we should let people starve in the street. I think that we should have food stamps. I think we should have welfare. I think we should have cash transfers, right? But the question is sort of how do you most efficiently do that? And what are the trade-offs involved there? And I think generally the answer is that market allocation of these goods is usually works out pretty well. It's just, or market production of the goods, I should say. And insofar as we need to get them to people who need them, either the government should do some type of like cash transfer to people or some type of in-kind benefit to get people the stuff they need. And I think to some degree, we and most Western European countries already do this, right? We already have welfare states. They already guarantee many people's needs for the most part. And these are still capitalist countries. We're still a capitalist country, and we already do it.
What if we create a system where food and shelter is free, where housing is free? Well, I said that. Shelter, where clothing is free, where education is free, where healthcare is free, where security is guaranteed, where you have the ability to have transportation whenever needed. If we can create a system where that is provided by the state, what do you have left to do after that?
Well, all the other things people do. So I think for one, there are problems with doing that, obviously. So like insofar, depending on what you mean, made by the state or free and stuff, I think there'd just be problems with not having sort of market allocation of those goods. For instance, probably, I would expect the government made housing to be lower in quality than a lot of market housing. I think that's probably true of other government produced goods. I think the incentive for actors to make the best product at a low price or whatever typically would be just worse under that system. So you'd end up with worse quality and a lower amount of things. But, you know, obviously people engage in leisure, people engage in a lot of stuff that we want to consider needs, and people have different preferences for those things. And I think generally the market is just kind of going to do a decent job at getting people the stuff that they want to do. And, you know, the thing that has increased our standard of living, right? The thing that makes our life better is stuff that it wants, right? Like everything past the you know, Mesopotamians, right, has all been about wants. What do we want to do, right? We want to get better technology because it lets us engage in fun things like what we're doing now, right? Like it's all about people's preferences and what they want. We don't want to be subsistence farmers.
Yeah, hence the parable of the fisherman. So you spend a lifetime getting to a place where you could have gotten to on day one without actually spending a lifetime getting there. So if you create a system where we can do that, where you can have that leisure time because basic needs are met, then we can create a system where everybody can work towards self-actualization instead of just working to live and then living to die. So I would say that you utilize some sort of governmental process in order to ensure those things are provided. Anything above and beyond that time that you would give to the state to make sure these things are provided. So everybody would give their labor to a certain extent, things that they're good at, things that they like to do. We can have sign up forms or whatever. So if I like to grow things and I like to cook food. There's a couple of things that I really like to do. I'd probably choose to do that for my community service time to the community. But other people would want to do other things. Doctors would want to give free services during that period of time or whatever. So as long as you get all that taken care of, then you have your free time to do whatever you want. You can create a co-op. You can start creating products. You can work in the market to actually create a little bit of extra wealth or other services that you can gain from other people. And that gives people a lot of reasons to actually go out and do things that they enjoy doing instead of doing things that will just keep them alive.
Right, but like having higher incomes, right, be more productive, increasing the amount of real resources available to each person also increases the sort of the at least what people do in their leisure time, you know, the amount of options they have. And I think, you know, again, people have some degree of choice of how much work they engage in versus how much leisure they engage in. And I expect the market system to do a relatively efficient job at sort of allocating or of like letting people make the decisions that they feel is best for them. Absolutely. People have to work to survive in some cases, and some people don't, or some people's choice is restricted because, you know, they have family members they have to take care of and such. But I think you solve that with, you know, welfare states that we already have in the US and a bunch of other capitalist countries. And, you know, just expanding certain cash transfers to people with disabilities or whatever. I think that's a perfectly fine solution to those things. It doesn't harm incentives or the quality of goods or the productivity as much as what I think you're suggesting would.
I think it does harm the quality of goods because, as you said with the train example you gave, they're going to use cheaper products to get through because one person's making the decisions, and that decision is made on a profit motive. So I absolutely think that the quality of goods goes down over a period of time in a capitalistic
hold on,
system.
I should be.
But I also wonder in the capitalistic system why it is that 50% of the businesses fail after 5 years. Why is that?
Probably because it's risky to make a business. I don't know exactly what answer you want from me out of that.
Well, I don't want a specific answer, but I mean, I
think it's because it's there's a lot of uncertainty involved in doing new investments, and when people do them, a lot of times they don't work out because of certain either, you know, unexpected shocks that happen to given markets, or just because that they can't compete with other companies making similar things. Like,
yeah, because profit is motivation. We end up creating businesses that are unnecessary or unneeded or unwanted in a particular area.
Yeah, but the market filters those out, right? That's exactly what you just kind of proved. If you make a company that people don't. Right, but under your system, I think depending on how you do these things,
that's a complete waste of resources.
No, that represents resources being reallocated to what is more efficient or what is, you know, more wanted from people, right? I think under your system, you would have a difficulty in doing that. If a business is set up under a capital system that people just don't like, or they make bad products or whatever, yeah, that business can fail, and the capital and labor from that business will then be reallocated to a hopefully more efficient business, right? Or hopefully a different market that other people want, right? That's how that works. I think under your system, I don't understand how that type of thing would happen. Because how is I don't mean to go all Hayek on you.
For that 5 years until the 50% closed down, they're wasting resources because they're not productive enough to actually survive in that marketplace. So it actually decreases productivity. Capitalism decreases productivity. It decreases innovation.
What relative to what counterfactual? Because my question for you is going to be, how are we going to design a system where it's just known up front which businesses are necessary and which businesses are going to succeed? Because I think generally the market is going to provide better incentives for people to do research, for people to make a good business plan than other types of systems. I'm not certain how. Again, I don't mean to go all Hayek on you, but I'm not sure how we would expect like a central authority to.
I don't know how you missed the market socialism. I don't know how you missed the market socialism.
Okay, but this would happen under market socialism then, right? Because like firms would still exist and they would compete with each other, and people would make co-ops, and those co-ops would go out of business if it was making something people didn't like, or making a bad product or whatever.
But they can continue the co-op even if they're not making a profit.
No, how?
Because all their basic needs are met.
Okay, so yes, if you had, but you understand, your point was that it was wasteful for these companies to, exist because your evidence for them being wasteful is that they weren't making a profit. What you're now suggesting is that we could essentially just subsidize running unprofitable businesses. The issue with that is, well, if you're saying that they can run continuously without making a profit because people don't need to pay for anything, right? They can get housing, food, whatever for free. You're implicitly, that's what I mean by subsidizing, right? You're implicitly subsidizing the activity. You're implicitly subsidizing inefficient activity is my point there. You understand? If you think it's inefficient because companies aren't making a profit, but you're saying
community as a whole. I'm subsidizing communities as a whole, but the subsidization comes from every single person in the community. It's just
okay, just to be clear. So you're saying these co-ops that don't make a profit can only exist because people's needs are guaranteed by the government or whatever, right? That was your point?
Yeah.
Okay. So when I say implicitly subsidizing, what I mean is that absent the government doing those types of interventions, these co-ops would not be able to exist. I understand you're not saying directly give a cash transfer to the company or whatever, but without the government transfers to people, right? Without the government intervention here, these co-ops would not be able to exist. So that's what I mean when I say implicitly subsidizing this. Yeah. So what you're saying is that the government is going to allow inefficient businesses to continue existing via implicitly subsidizing everyone. I think that's bad.
I didn't say that they'd be losing money. I said that they wouldn't be gaining a profit.
Okay. I don't.
So I understand.
Are they going to have net zero profit every year? Well, like, what does that look like?
You could run a co-op that way forever.
What does profit mean to you here?
Profit is what you have left over after the cost is divided from the sale price, or subtracted from the sale price.
I just want to be clear. When we say these co-ops are not profitable, are we simply referring to the workers voting to give themselves all the money the company makes, and therefore the company doesn't technically have any profit? Or are we referring to the company doesn't have enough money to?
Well, for me, the co-op would actually split the whatever money they have or whatever resources they gain from the sale of products. They would split it evenly amongst everybody that works in the corporation or in the co-op. I'm sorry.
Okay, but so for one, can we at least imagine how that would kind of cause the incentive to underinvest that I was talking about earlier, right?
Why?
Because workers probably, their time preference is kind of lower than a corporate board or whatever. They probably prefer more wages now as opposed to higher wages in the future, more than like a shareholder prefers higher dividends now than to higher gains in the future, right? So there seems to be evidence to that effect from studies we have in worker co-ops that workers' time preference is kind of lower. And two, what I mentioned earlier, because if they take it as wages now, they own privately both the principal and the return that they get on whatever they do with the money. But when they reinvest it in the company, they only get the return on that investment. The principal, what the company has, is socially owned between all the workers.
Yeah. Well, and they would all get equal.
So
profits
you
and
understand how there's an incentive there for
losses as
workers to not invest as much as might be efficient.
No. If everybody decides in the co-op decides they want to create a better shoe, then they'll spend the extra money or put their
Okay, so what I'm saying
their
is
extra percentage
relative
to create a better shoe.
What I'm saying is relative to a traditional firm, co-ops are going to choose to create a better shoe less often because of the things I just mentioned. The workers probably have lower time preferences, and workers, when the capital is socially owned, they don't have the same incentives. They have a bigger incentive to take the principal and whatever return they can get in it rather than sharing the principal with the rest of the workers there.
I'm saying that that's going to be much less likely in a system where all basic needs are met, because most of the time people are living paycheck to paycheck, especially in a capitalistic system.
Well, first of all, that's not true. But second of all,
but it is true. It is true
that most people living paycheck to paycheck.
Yes.
So that's not true.
Is it not more than 51% of the people? 50% of the people in this country don't pay federal income taxes.
Wow, it's not quite true. I think close to 47% of people. That's what it was when Romney said it. Don't pay federal income tax, but many of them still pay taxes on net, or many of them still pay other types of federal taxes. There's a little bit of nuance to that. But
between 57 and 69% of American adults live paycheck to paycheck, depending on the surveys.
Yes, thank you. Wow. Yes, give me the payroll.org survey. Right. Yes, never heard it before. So a lot paycheck to paycheck is not.
You said I'm wrong. I just gave you the stat.
I'm going to explain. I'm going to explain to you how you're wrong now. Okay, so paycheck to paycheck is not like a actual well-defined economic term. Okay, there's not like a word with like any real definition. What you're relying on here is a bunch of surveys that mostly like credit companies do, right? Like I think the big ones are from like payroll.org, Bank of America, and Lending Club. They do these surveys to market to people credit, right? So the paycheck paycheck is not a well-defined term. It's someone like that's someone who has $200,000 in income, but like just lived in an expensive area and they choose to consume a lot. Are they living paycheck to paycheck? Because usually 30+%, like I have the Lending Club survey here, one of them that had over 30% of the people who are living paycheck to paycheck were making over $200K a year, right? That's not what people's conceptions of living paycheck to paycheck are. If you look at more like actual quantitative data or whatever, you can look at the Federal Reserve does a survey of households, right? So 55% of adults have 3 months of savings saved up in case of emergency. The median American has $8,000 in transactions account, which is accounts that like checkings account and savings accounts, which are sort of easily accessible. And the median net worth of an American household is $192,000. So I think clearly this contradicts
that would include a house. $8,000 doesn't even pay for a surgery.
Wait, hold on. But 8,000. Hold on.
3 months.
The
and 3 months of expenses means that you go from having a house to not having a house.
Okay. Do you think paycheck to paycheck is kind of presents a more dire situation than having 3 months of savings and $8K in transaction accounts? Don't you think those are a bit in conflict?
You gave two different stats for those two different things. So not all the people that have 3 months saved up are the same people that have 8,000 in
but it's the median. It's the median.
So you're saying that 50% of the population has that? Yes. Yeah. So when I say the majority, I mean the majority. The majority live paycheck to paycheck.
Hold on. Median means 50% of people have more than that, right? So, and this is 55% of adults have 3 months of savings.
And 50% have less.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah.
To be clear, I don't even think having 2 months of savings means that you're living paycheck to paycheck. That's not what people get from the term paycheck to paycheck. Again, it's not like a well-defined thing.
How old are you?
Not relevant, but so just to be clear,
but it is relevant.
Just to be clear, no, don't care. Just to be clear, when people hear paycheck to paycheck, do you think people
do you think paycheck to paycheck means?
Do you think no one does? It's not like a well-defined term again. When people hear paycheck to paycheck, they don't think. But when people hear paycheck to paycheck, they don't think I have 3 months of savings. They think if I miss my next paycheck, I'm gonna be entirely fucked. Right? That's what people think.
They don't
think.
That is incorrect.
Really?
That is incorrect. You can ask anybody that owns a home that what you're saying right now is incorrect. I'm sorry, but 3 months of savings, 3 months of being able to pay my bills means that I lose my fucking house.
It means you can miss depending on how often you get paid, like 6 paychecks and still have still be able to cover many of your expenses.
Did you hear
That's not paycheck to paycheck.
Did you hear what I just said?
You said you can ask people who have a home and they'll tell you that's not true.
Yeah, you just don't understand. There is a definition. Yeah, people will tell you what their definition is, and it's going to be relatively.
But that's not a unified. So when I say
everybody.
Definition, I mean I don't think there's necessarily a single unified definition of every term or anything, right? But I mean like a pretty clear understanding of what this concept is by people generally. When they give these surveys to people that have paycheck to paycheck or whatever, there's not like a very clear, commonly understood meaning of that term. People interpret that term very differently, and they don't give you
yourself now. You're repeating.
Yeah, because it doesn't seem like you're. I don't know. It doesn't seem like
because I understand there's not a standard definition. I didn't try and give you a standard definition. I didn't even talk about a standard definition. I don't even really care. I used yours, the 3 months or whatever. The 3 months matters. The 50% of the people in this country make less than $60,000 a year. That's a problem.
Oh. Okay, so I just want to. Do you think that when people hear paycheck to paycheck, they think that this person can miss 6 paychecks and still they have enough savings to miss basically 6 paychecks? Most people get paid bi-monthly.
I don't know, but when you buy a house and you have payments on a car and you have to pay insurance rates and you have to pay your own fucking health care and you have to pay for everything else, then you'll figure out what it means.
Okay, so I'm going to ask the question again. Do you think that when people hear paycheck to paycheck, they think that you can miss 6 paychecks and that only then you're out of savings?
If you talk to somebody that said everything that I just said, then yes, they will tell you that means living paycheck to paycheck.
Okay, that's a little weird. Do you think that
it's not weird? I'm sorry that you're a young man that has your whole life in front of you. You just don't understand how the real world works yet.
True. Do you think so? Why do you think that people making over $200K a year, why do so many of them say that they're living paycheck to paycheck? Do you think they're generally?
How many people make over $200,000 a year in the U.S.?
I'm not sure.
10%. It's less than 10% of the population.
Okay, that only strengthens my point, right? If you're saying these people are super rich or whatever, isn't it kind of crazy that a lot of them, over 30% of the people on these surveys who make that much money are still saying they live paycheck to paycheck? That's a little weird, right?
You think 30% of the people in a survey are making more than $200,000 a year, while only 10% of the population makes $200,000 a year?
30%. So 30% of the people they surveyed making over $200K a year still said they were living paycheck to paycheck.
There you go. 30% of the survey of the people that were making over $200,000 a year. Was that one person? Was that 10 people? Was that
okay? But I could say that's it. But the sample size for all these surveys is 4,000 people at best. Okay, I could say the same thing for the amount of people making the any amount of money.
You said 30% of the people that they surveyed making over 200,000.
Yeah, but I could just say
that number could have been 100.
Okay, that number could have been 100 for the people that you're looking at who the majority answered that they are living paycheck to paycheck, right? What?
No, because if there's 100, the rest of them will be split amongst all the other income groups.
But you don't know how big the sample is for each income quintile off the top of your head. What?
I'm just telling you, I don't care. You were taking some random little group of people in one survey, and you're trying to.
How do you even know this is a little group of people? I know the survey I know in total had about 4,000 answers. 4,285. I don't
because less than 10% of the population makes more than $200,000 a year.
Okay,
So it
so
has
then
to be a small part of the sample.
but you understand if it's a small part of the sample that if the group overall is small, that's still representative, right? And the it
If
only
it's 100 out of 4,000, if it's only 100 people out of 4,000, that's a really small
that'll give you like
sample, right?
a big. I mean that'd be for a survey like this. It's not actually that small of a sample, right? Most of these surveys
How
have
do you
pretty
know?
small samples to begin with.
How do you know?
Because I look at a lot of these surveys.
You
I
said
would hope.
4,000. You gave me 4,000 number. I'm going off your figures here.
Yeah. What I'm saying is,
Yeah, I'm
I've
going off
seen
your figures.
there are a lot of these surveys, and a lot of surveys done by similar groups and by the Federal Reserve. 4,000 is not a particularly small sample size. Getting 100 people of 200K income, they might have more than that. I'm trying to look right now. But like that's not even that. It's not like a particularly small sample size. But that would just give you like a decent. That just give you a larger like standard error. Like it's not even if they only had 100, it would still be like indicative of certain things.
Okay, that's fine. We can talk about whatever sample you want. I think I proved my point about people living paycheck to paycheck. And yes, I understand that the term is going to mean different things to different people. But still, we're still talking about a capitalistic system that has created a whole hell of a lot of poor people. And I'm talking about moving toward a system where nobody's poor, where everybody has their basic needs met, where they're always going to be ensured that they have housing, food, shelter, healthcare, education, access to education, access to transportation, where all of these things are guaranteed by whatever community you live in. So it doesn't matter if you're living paycheck to paycheck.
Hold on, I'm still trying to look for this stuff, but it might be in the footnote to the whatever.
Yeah, I know. You just want to go back to the study now because you are pissed off you got fucking schooled on it. I'm sorry.
I got schooled. To be clear, your critique is I don't off the top of my head know the sample
Why
size
is
for the
this-
group of people making 200K when every other point you just seem to blow past it, whatever. Like I think it's very silly. And to be clear, you don't know if they could have only interviewed 100 people who make less than 50K a year, right? You don't know that off the top of your head either.
Yeah, I don't know. No, I trusted your numbers, man. I'm not even questioning your source. I'm not going to go that deep down into it. I just used the numbers that you gave me, and I'm showing you what this means. It
No,
means
you're
that
not using the
capitalism
what I don't
sucks,
understand.
and
You're
we're not
saying
creating
you're
a
saying
system
that you
works
don't
for people.
believe or like you don't not that you don't believe my source, but you don't know whether or not my source is good enough because you don't know what how many people they actually surveyed making 200K a
I'm
year.
not
But
saying that.
but you
I'm
do
saying-
believe the results for the other income groups. That's weird. Why?
I'm not saying that. I didn't say I didn't trust your source. I don't care what your source is. You could pull up any source you want, and they're all going to prove my point. My point is that capitalism leaves a fucking shit ton of people poor and destitute and one fucking paycheck or 2 or 3 paychecks away from being homeless. And that's a
Okay,
problem.
but that seems to. But again, I think there's a difference between that and what people understand paycheck to mean. 55% of adults having
I know. Now
3
you're
months
going
of
back
savings.
to this shit again.
Because it's a claim that you made, I think is just misleading. That I think a lot of people make. That's why I know a lot about it. Because a lot of people say that stuff all the time. Bernie Sanders repeats it all the time. That's why, I talk about his point.
I think you can, like I said, you can delve into the numbers any you want. It's still going to prove my point, the point that I made.
I don't think
better-
that's true. But so if we want to shift to the broader point, I guess, which by the way, this says I don't have a number for doing it, but it says 38% declared annual incomes of more than 100,000. So that's like a decent chunk of the sample is reporting over 100,000. I don't know. I'd have to go digging through more of it to see the 200,000 number, how big the sample specifically for that was.
Yeah,
But
I don't want to.
so I
don't
think
wanna dig that deep into a fucking survey.
yeah, great. So I think thanks for the Galaxy. Let's go. Isn't that a good one? I don't do TikTok very often.
It's 1,000 coins. It's
Hell
like
yeah. Oh.
they paid $10 to get it. You get probably $5 to $6 out of it.
Shout out to Scratch my goat. I appreciate it. So
Oh yeah, you got Scratch and Cringy in the comments. Do you want them to come up too? This will be a pain in the ass if they come up.
are
Do
they?
you know them? You know Scratch and Cringy, right?
Yeah, I know them. I thought. I mean, they're more leftist than me, I believe. So I mean, it's good they're liking my stuff here or whatever. But if we want to go to the broader point, so I think that I'm a liberal. I'm in support of welfare. So I think there's an issue with like capitalism insofar as payments are made based on factors of production, and not everyone contributes factors, right? Not everyone contributes labor. Not everyone contributes capital, and therefore some people are kind of left out. And absent kind of a government redistribution system, oftentimes you're going to end up with people sort of kind of, I would say, like unfairly having like disproportionate burden to like take care of their disabled family member, for example. So you're going to have like two people doing the same amount of work, and like one of them has a way higher quality of life because they don't have to take care of their disabled brother. Or you're just going to end up with a lot of people that are like kind of just low-key fucked because they don't work enough or they don't provide enough capital to get enough factor income to survive. So I think that's like there's an argument for some type of redistribution, some type of welfare state based on that. But overall, I do think capitalism leads to generally what I would say is like a rightward shift in the distribution of income. So it seems like, you can look at countries that do capitalist reforms, and it seems like there's decent evidence that they GDP per capita, for example, tends to go up. That median income, which is a little harder to measure, generally goes up.
What do you mean by capitalist reforms?
I mean, there's a few different indexes. They're not necessarily great indexes in and of themselves, actually, but so there's a few different indexes, like the Economic Freedom Index, and I think the Fraser Institute has an index called something similar. And you can look at countries who like move a sufficient amount on the scale from like unfree to more free, right? And then you can try to compare the sort of causal effect. You can try to estimate the causal effects of that on people's
but you're
incomes and such.
You're not answering my question. You're not answering my question.
I did. I said they use.
What do you mean by
so?
What do you mean by capitalist reforms? What are capitalist reforms?
As in, so these indexes, like the Economic Freedom Index and like there's another index, I think maybe at a Fraser Institute, like I said, I forget the name of it off the top of my head.
I just want to know what
Typically,
the reform is.
So they are an index that incorporate a wide variety of things, such as the protection for private property rights, as the amount of...
I want to know what the actual reform is. What do you mean
by
the
reforms differ by country? So it's an index that takes into account multiple things. So the reforms are going to look different country by country. It is an index.
It's not an index. It's not a report.
The way they measure the reform. The way they measure the reform.
I want to know what the reform is. I don't care about how you measure it.
It's going to differ by country. It's going to differ by country. It's going to differ by country.
Can you stop? Can you stop? Can you stop? Can you stop? I don't care. I don't care how they measure it. I don't care what the outcome is. I want to know what the actual reform is.
I can give you an example of a reform.
Wait, hold on. Stop. Chill, dude. Do you mean by reform, do you mean that they're giving more welfare? Do you mean that they're charging more taxes to the rich people? When you say capitalist reform, what do you mean?
Okay, so I can give you an example because it differs by country. An example would be a state selling off many of its state-owned enterprises, right? That would be an example of a capitalist reform.
So you're saying moving from socialism to capitalism.
So I'm going to repeat myself. An example of a capitalist reform that would be captured in these indexes is a state selling off its state-owned enterprises to private companies.
You. So you're saying that they're moving from socialism to capitalism.
No, I'm saying that they are.
What I'm saying,
as measured by these indexes, moving towards a more free market and more capitalist system.
What do you think the question I just asked was?
I really don't know what you're trying to get across by it. You're just asking, so you're saying they move from socialism to capitalism. That's not what I'm saying.
If a state owns a means of production, it's more socialistic. If a private company owns a means of production, it's more capitalistic. So when you're saying that a state is selling off a form of production in some way, or service or production or whatever it is, then it is moving from socialist to capitalist.
It's moving from a more... But I wouldn't like make a binary between those things, right? I think a country can have state-owned enterprises and not be socialist. I think a country can...
I didn't say they were. What the fuck?
But when they're moving from socialism to...
You don't understand any of the philosophy behind it.
You said they're... Yeah, I should read more Marx. You said you said I'm saying they're moving from socialism to communism, but to capitalism, but it's not what I'm saying, right? Because I think a company or a country can have state-owned enterprises and not be socialist. For example, the United
Yeah, now
States
you're just
owns
repeating
Amtrak
yourself
and we
again.
own the USPS, but we're not a socialist country. If we were to privatize
I
the
didn't say we were a
USPS, I think that would
socialist
be fairly
country.
characterized as a capitalist reform, but that is getting us more capitalist, but it's not necessarily moving us from socialism to capitalism.
When you say capitalist reform, I assume that you mean that they are reforming capitalism, meaning that they're going to take a capitalistic system and make it more socialistic. So meaning that they're going to give
I don't think that's what most people
higher.
hear. I don't think that's what most people understand that to mean. I think when most people hear that, they
Do you want
think
me to run
the
a
country's
poll?
reforming to be
Do
more
you want me to run a
capitalist.
poll? Do you want me to run a poll? Because I guarantee most of the people here think what I think.
Sure, maybe I'm wrong, but when I hear someone is doing capitalist reforms, I hear that they are making the country more capitalist. That's what I take from that usually.
That's the exact opposite. You would do. Okay. Okay. Never mind. I could see how you would think that. I do understand. Because I was going to say socialistic reforms, then okay. I understand how you mean. I understand how you
Yeah.
think that. So you're saying as countries get more capitalistic, they have better outcomes, is what you're saying?
Yeah, so I think my point there is generally you see a rightward shift in the distribution of income, as in everyone's income grows, even if unequally.
Okay, so you're looking at a country like China, for example, who went from a completely communistic or socialistic type system more into a capitalistic type system where people were pulled out of poverty because they were working in rice paddy fields and living in small little huts, and now they're living in cities, right?
So what I'm looking at is I have a few studies, I can pull them up, that try to measure kind of shocks in how socialist or capitalist a country is as measured by these given indexes. And then they try to estimate the causal impact of them by either doing some type of synthetic control or by doing some type of difference in difference design to try to estimate what the counterfactual would be. So, for example, there's one study called like the Washington Consensus Works that does this, that looks at a variety of countries. I don't believe they look at China, but it's just trying to isolate the effects of these reforms and estimate the causal impact of them. That's what I'm looking at.
Okay, I'm not sure why we're looking at these. I would say that the vast majority of European countries are more socialist than the United States. Would you agree with that statement?
Sure.
Okay.
They also have lower incomes in the U.S. though, right? So that doesn't wait. Just to be clear, number one, I think what I provided does kind of contradict your statement that capitalism keeps a bunch of people in poverty, yada yada yada, whatever. Because I'm providing evidence. I think that capitalism leads to, like I said, kind of just a general rightward shift in the distribution of income, and that seems to contradict your notion. And then two, the fact that Europe is like many European countries at least are more social than the U.S. generally speaking, doesn't contradict any of my positions at all because Europe has lower incomes than the U.S., right?
I didn't. Yeah, go ahead, Pallet.
Wait, hold on. Just to be clear, you agree? Do you agree that Europeans generally have lower incomes than people in the U.S.?
Generally, no.
Okay. What's your evidence for that?
I would say that their median income is probably higher than the U.S. based on cost of living.
Based on what does that mean? So if I look up OECD, I know the answer here, but if you want to, depending on what you mean by cost of living, you can use PPP, purchasing power parity, that tries to account for that across countries.
Okay.
So if you look up OECD median income, do you think it's going to be higher for European countries? Because it's like, I guarantee you it's not, especially median. I think we have the highest median disposable income in the world outside of like kind of outliers like Singapore and Luxembourg.
You said disposable. What do you mean by disposable?
As in, that's typically, that's like typically
wait.
income.
Does it really say disposable in there?
What do you mean? Does it really say that?
The study, does it say disposable?
It's not a study, there are data sets you can look at, but yeah, that is a term that people use, median disposable income. Typically that is accounting for the taxes that people have to pay and sometimes some of the other necessities that people have to pay for.
Yeah, all basic needs. Anything above and beyond basic needs would be disposable. Hence the reason I want to get basic needs for free.
Okay, so that's just like not responsive to what I'm saying. So I'm looking at like right now, household accounts household disposable income on the OECD Data Explorer, you can see the US is the highest in purchasing power parity. We're actually higher. We're slightly higher than Luxembourg, but Luxembourg, like I said, is kind of an outlier, considering their whole, I mean, I'm sure you know, their whole situation.
Would these be skewed? Could these be skewed by the amount of billionaires that we have and the amount of corporations that are added in there?
Not really, because we're looking at median, right?
Would the wealthier in the top 50% skew the median?
Not really.
If we have a lot more
The median is
than
not
another
substantially
country-
changed by outliers, right? The average is, but the median
it's
isn't.
An outlier. You said it's an outlier. I would say that. Well, I
What?
guess.
No. Wait. So typically, you
look at what
said
the
it's
top 10% of a country makes. Look at what the top 10% of one of those countries makes. Because I guarantee our top 10% is going to be higher than theirs.
Wait, that much is probably true. I think that much is probably true. Yeah. Now, depending on what measure of inequality you use, we're not like substantially more unequal than some European countries, but regardless. So, when I said Luxembourg was an outlier, what I mean is that they have a kind of not necessarily artificial, but somewhat artificially high like median income and such, because they kind of they're a micronation and they kind of select for the richest people living there, right? They're not like that many ultra rich native Luxembourgians, right? It's just a bunch of rich people that move there and a bunch of business activity that's like technically headquartered there, right? To some degree, the same thing happened with Ireland. That is less of a factor now, but a lot of corporations would headquarter in Ireland, and even though there's no actual activity being done there by these corporations, it'll kind of be reported in Ireland's accounts, and that's why Ireland had like a really, really high GDP per capita for a while. I think it's less of a problem now, but that's what I mean there. When I say though that the median is not super distorted by outliers, what I mean by that is you're correct. Like if you looked at the average income in the U.S., that would kind of be distorted by the billionaires we have, right? If there's 5 people in a room, 4 of them make $1 and one of them makes $1 billion, the average is still going to be very high, right? It's going to be, basically $250 million.
I understand the difference between average and median, and you're spending.
Yeah, but the median though is still going to be $1 for the 4 people who make $1 in the room and the 1 billionaire, right?
But does not skew the median wage as well when you have a lot of very wealthy
I just demonstrated to you how
it
okay,
never mind. I don't
move.
care. I don't care. Never mind. I don't care.
Okay.
You just get to your point.
Just to be clear, do you agree that like generally
I don't care. I just don't care.
You don't care that if one of the claims you made was true about.
What is your point? No, I didn't even make a claim.
My point was that generally capitalism seems to cause a rightward shift in income, and generally it's the higher incomes, and also that the claim you made about European countries having higher income just appears not to be true.
Okay, so what's the difference then? What's the difference between the countries? What's the difference between the U.S. and say, I don't know, Switzerland or Sweden?
I mean, I think both of you are kind
there are a lot of differences, but I think one difference that is relevant here.
Hold on, Nonfon. Hold on. Pal's tried to jump in a couple times, so he just did.
Okay, sure.
Do you want to jump in, Pallet?
No, I mean, I think that we're kind of focusing on like European and or the United States. I mean, Nonfon, you would agree that like capitalism has made meaningful difference in a negative direction when it comes to quality of life for like countries in the global south, right?
No. I think probably the opposite is true. Again, so a lot of the countries in the global south that are looked at in that study I mentioned earlier, the Washington consensus works, and generally it seems like you observe the same thing, that capitalist reforms tend to cause more growth, they tend to cause higher productivity, such and such. And you just look at like extreme poverty. I understand people have issues with the World Bank's definition of it or whatever, but you can just look at the amount of extreme poverty in the world that has gone down tremendously, and most of that decline has been in countries that are the global south, or used to be considered the global south, like China. But even excluding China, it's gone down quite a bit.
I mean, does wage growth like have an exact parity with quality of life?
No, I didn't claim that.
Well, no, I mean,
but I think generally they're going to be highly correlated.
Because I said quality of life, and you said you were talking about like pay.
Right. So that's not the only thing that matters. I agree. But I think it is a big thing that matters, especially for the poorest people, right? Because of how marginal utility works. Past $200,000, maybe income growth is not going to make you a lot happier. But if you're living on, $1 a day, income growth, to $2 a day probably will make you a lot happier, or to $3 a day will make you a lot happier, right? Because you get more security, you can do a lot more things like that. Like that probably is a big deal to you. I don't think they're going to one-to-one correlate with this stuff or whatever. But like if you want to look at other metrics like HDI or whatever, there's a reason like HDI correlates really highly with with like GDP per capita, right? Like,
I mean, like again, we're talking about like monetary advances. Like, I'm going to use just a specific example. Do you think the people of Somalia have a higher quality of life today than they did 200 years ago?
Probably the median person. Probably, I'm not certain.
No,
but probably.
I disagree with that. They don't even have like a functional government.
I agree, but well, first of all, you should separate Somalia and Somaliland, because Somaliland is like relatively functional, at least compared to Somalia, right? So certainly the people in Somaliland, I believe, do absolutely have a higher quality of life than 200 years ago. But like, obviously, the conditions for people in Somalia are generally bad right now, and they are, as I understand, there's some civil war going on. They don't have a stable government. I understand that to be true, but probably like many people, have higher quality goods, have more food intake than they did in the past. I'm not certain about that. I'm not certain how good a data we could even have on that. But why would I take that as more meaningful than, for example, the study that I mentioned earlier that looks at like 149 countries and tries to actually quantify the causal effects of reforms that are like way better identified than just one example from Somalia?
No, I mean, I was just using that like as just an off example. I'm not saying that what you're saying that there's an increase in pay, like, yeah, sure. And that's why I haven't really jumped in much. Like what you guys are talking about, in my opinion, isn't really relevant to me on like how we as humanity should move forward when it comes to economic thought and or like governmental thought. And we can get into that conversation whenever y'all are done. But
I guess like
I don't think.
I just want to be clear. I never want to say the only thing that matters is economic growth, or the only thing that matters is income or monetary gains or whatever. I'll never claim that. But I just think that many of these things are measures that explicitly or implicitly include things that we care about, like GDP per capita. That is the amount of like, or else you say real GDP per capita. That is the amount of like real resources per person, right? So like anything you would want to do to kind of improve the quality of life for people, in many cases is necessarily going to raise the GDP per capita, because if you want people to have more food, that's likely just going to be included in GDP per capita. If you want people to have more healthcare, even that's included in healthcare spendings in that. Like the thing that raises our standard of living over time is people having more resources to do things with.
Yeah, but I mean, I also think that, like, and this is a fundamental difference between like me and you, and like even at times like when I talk to Mojo about this, I think between me and Mojo, your baseline for what like quality of life is, and your baseline for like furthering what like humanity would be, is dependent on like resource allocation and it's going to be extremely reductive me saying this, but like a very material view of life.
No, but I feel like I just tried to dispel that.
Well, no, I mean, you were saying that you like it's not the only factor, but you would from this entire conversation that I've like barely jumped into, like that has been your number one crux. Would you agree that like when it comes to quality of life, like your number one priority is financial?
So
whether or not you think
I don't know exactly how to answer that. So
would you say it is the number one, the main thing?
Maybe that's I don't know. Maybe that's to clear things up. So to be clear, the thing I think is intrinsically valuable, right, is like positive qualia, positive experiences for sentient creatures, right? So that includes human happiness. I'm also like, also vegan. I care about animals, such and such and such. But like, I care kind of about total human happiness. That's what I think is intrinsically valuable. I think things are good or bad insofar as they serve the purpose of increasing positive experiences for sentient creatures. So because of that, like, I think when you say like, your number one quality of life thing is financial or whatever, I'm only somewhat agreeing to that because I think that serves the purpose of actually increasing the quality of human experiences. I'm not saying that it is intrinsically valuable in and of itself, but I think it's kind of going to be the most indicative.
I would disagree with that though, and I'm using this in like a. But backtracking a little bit, I would say, because I know that you mentioned before that like you believe in climate change, you believe in pollution, like the Great Pacific Trash Heap is real, all that. I under like my impression from like the studies that I've done, like with John Locke, Adam Smith, like the founders of capitalism, founders of capitalistic thought, founders of liberalism. The biggest issue that I find with capitalism is that it treats the planet as if it is an infinite amount of resources, which at the time, it kind of was. I think that focusing on things like GDP, focusing on things like increasing a quality of life standard that I think is unsustainable, isn't where we as a species need to be focused. Because I think that by doing that, we're eventually going to shoot ourselves in the foot and have a worse quality of life because of it. In my opinion, as a little bit more of an environmental doomer than you are, I think that we're going headfirst into a worse quality of life no matter what. But I think that under the like economic and like governmental system that I advocate for, I think that we could curb that a little bit. But again, I feel like I'm a little bit more of a doomer.
So there's two things. Like one, I just kind of ask like, what metrics are we using to quantify some of these things? Maybe you don't think some of it is quantifiable, but like if I'm looking at the evidence for kind of what system I think is best or whatever, I prefer to have a metric that is like quantifiable, be it GDP per capita, be it HDI, be it some other metric or quality of life that you can try to estimate the actual causal effects of certain policies on. That is what greatly informs my view. So I'm curious, like do you have a quantifiable metric there or like?
Oh yeah, I mean my quantifiable metric is climate change based off of like industrialization.
Okay, but that's not the standard of living. I mean like for the standard of living, so how you're measuring. I'm saying,
but you would agree though that at a certain point, and like I already think we've fallen off this cliff, but like whether or not like you think we have or have not, like that we'll reach a point when it comes to climate change and pollution that like some resources will be unusable.
Some will be unusable probably. So I don't think it's inevitable that like climate change is going to be a catastrophe. I think we will probably hopefully get more serious about doing certain reforms. We've already come a decent way in doing some of those things. Here's the issue, so just to real quick respond to can I respond to some of the points you made about climate change? Hold on. I just want to say, for one, I think that there are mechanisms by which capitalism probably does lead to some incentives to be better for the environment. Now, there are other mechanisms by which it doesn't. I absolutely agree. But probably, have you guys seen that picture or whatever of like the pears grown in Argentina and like packaged in Thailand? Have you guys ever seen that?
Yeah.
Yeah, like people see that picture and they think, "Oh my God, this is crazy! I can't believe we're doing such inefficient. We're destroying our environment by doing all this crazy stuff or whatever." But because people have competitive advantages, because when people specialize in certain things, they get more efficient or whatever, and because capitalism gives people a big incentive to be efficient and such, there are cases like that where it's actually, if you do the math, more environmentally efficient for us to grow pears in Argentina, package them in Thailand, and ship them to the U.S. than it is to grow pears in the U.S. Right? Like there are many things like that where people have an incentive to be efficient, to use as little resources as possible, and that actually does lead to environmental gains as well. But insofar as there are,
if I were to dump one bucket of sludge into a river versus 2 buckets of sludge, the 1 bucket of sludge is less environmentally impactful. The point that I'm making with the entire thing that I'm talking
wait,
is
hold
that,
on.
like,
but I just want to first. I just wanted to first explain a mechanism by which capitalism can be good for the environment, and secondly, I'm going to bring up the environmental Kuznets curve. So there's like a documented thing that seems to be decently robust evidence for that, like essentially pollution across economic growth tends to follow like a inverted U-shaped path or hump-shaped path. So like as countries are like start out poor and get richer, it goes up and up and up, but then it peaks at some point, and then it starts going down as countries get even richer. So you've already seen this where I think most European countries, I think every country in the EU and the US as well, have kind of decoupled economic growth and carbon emissions. So our economic growth is continually going up, but our carbon emissions are actually going down, or at least, the very least, the rate of growth is going down. So like there is already evidence that this effect exists, where as you get even more richer, actually your carbon emissions, your effect in the environment goes down. At least if there's government policy to affect some of those things, like subsidies for green energy and taxes on pollution and such.
Well, I mean, and I'm going to hit the nail on the head with that, where you're saying like the rate of increase is going down. It's still increasing. But first of all, I think for some countries at least it has gone down. But like that's good, right? That still demonstrates my point.
Nonfon. You gotta let him finish the statement. Jesus Christ, you haven't let him finish the statement yet.
My entire point with this, wrapping it up in a bow, is like how you and I think most of humanity views society as like, because I know that you were kind of squeamish on answering the question about like if financial stability and like financial indicators of quality of life is the number one metric. I mean, it is. And I think that like as a society, we need to focus more like on sustainability of the species versus like financial quality of life. And I don't think that like we as a species are going to be able to stop ourselves from going off that cliff, if you don't believe that we haven't already, unless we actually prioritize not doing it. Because right now we're not prioritizing not doing it. Right now we're prioritizing an increase in quality of life that's not sustainable with placations to the environment. And like you can say that you disagree with that and that capitalism is slowing it, but it's still increasing whether or not you like want to admit that it is.
Well, CO2 emissions per capita in many developed countries are decreasing. Like in the US and UK and France and Germany and Finland.
Yeah, what about the rest of the world?
Well, for many of them it's probably increasing, but do you understand my point was that it follows a hump-shaped path. There's an inverted U, it's called a Kuznets curve, like I said, where for poor countries, it increases over time, but then it peaks at some point, and as countries get richer and richer and richer, it starts going down again.
And again, like when I got back to like, because when you were pointing out all of the countries that are having lower carbon emissions, what is the common thing with all of these countries?
These are all capitalist countries, though, right? You agree?
All part of the global north.
Yeah.
Which is when I'm going back to
my claim, though, right? Hold on, just to be clear, that supports my claim. If I'm saying that the carbon emissions start out low as a country is very poor, increase over time until a country is like in the middle and it peaks at that point, and then goes down as they get richer and richer again, it supports my point if the countries that have fallen carbon emissions are the rich countries. That is evidence for my point, not evidence against my point.
It's still evident. Look at, of all the carbon emitters on the planet, where is the United States, whether or not it's fallen?
I'm not sure, but we're a big country, so if you look at it per capita, we're probably not the biggest, but
he said number 3, if I'm not mistaken.
If I look at per capita, this says we're number 16.
It's still pretty high up there.
I mean, yeah, but like Australia, they're above us. They're a capitalist country.
Also part of the global north.
Yeah, that's my point, though. Okay.
My point with this is that
just to, so I agree that we should act on climate change, right? So, but my point was that one, there are mechanisms by which capitalism can be good for the environment. As I said earlier, when people have an incentive to use as little resources as possible to do something, that tends to actually be good for the environment. It is actually better for the environment to grow pears in Argentina, to ship them to Thailand, to be packaged, and then to ship them to the US.
How is that better for the environment?
Because shipping uses less fuel than trucking and railways do in the US, and because pears you take more water and stuff in the US than they do in Argentina.
Okay, I'll leave water out of the equation since the Earth is covered in 3/4 water. But as far as
but I think it has to be like treated water and stuff.
As far as everything else goes, the carbon emissions from actually growing a pear tree is a hell of a lot less than the shipping cost of shipping it from wherever you said to wherever you said to wherever you said.
Going back to what I'm talking about, it's. We're
the tree. Hold on. I don't understand how that proved anything. I agree. Growing the tree probably does not produce. If anything, it might produce negative carbon emissions because fucking trees, they ingest carbon dioxide, right? But I don't understand how that proves anything though, right? Because I agree. What matters isn't the tree; it's the shipping. It's the shipping cost.
You're talking about shipping from halfway around the world and with 2 different stops or 3 different stops or whatever it is, and that entire process takes carbon or puts carbon in the atmosphere.
Yeah, but it's more efficient.
So, if we're growing pear trees here, it does not.
But there's 2 effects there, right? So for one, is that shipping just generally is more efficient than trucking and even rails in some cases, in my understanding, in the U.S. Right? It just takes.
I'm saying carbon emissions.
In terms of carbon emissions is what I'm referring to here. As in how many carbon emissions per ton of transport, shipping tends to do less carbon emissions per ton of transport than trucking. Okay, I can pull up the source. But
this is what I'm going back to. The less is the key word in that. Not everybody needs pears.
Wait. Just it doesn't matter. Hold on. For my point, it doesn't matter if it's still increasing or whatever. My point is, this is a mechanism by which capitalism and markets are actually decreasing carbon emissions relative to the counterfactual of if you had some type of, this isn't necessarily socialist or anything, but if you had some type of government intervention that said we must grow pears in the U.S., that actually increased carbon emissions relative to the more capitalist counterfactual.
But again, you're talking about this in a way where the world maintains the same type of structure that we exist in today. I don't advocate for that. Mojo does. I do not.
I'm not.
I don't know if that's true. I don't know.
To my point of what I'm talking, what I said originally, dumping 1 bucket of sludge into a river is less harmful than dumping 2. You are still dumping sludge.
You would agree then that if let's just say hypothetically, under a capitalist system, if there was an incentive to only dump 1 bucket of sludge to a river, but under a social system, there was an incentive to dump 2 buckets of sludge into the river, capitalism with regards to the environment would be better than socialism in that hypothetical. You would agree with that, right?
Yeah, in that hypothetical, but I advocate for a system where there's no sludge.
Okay, but that's all I'm trying to prove to you right now is that there are mechanisms by which capitalism might be good for the environment. And secondly, that there's actually seems to be empirical evidence for the fact that countries, as they get richer, tend to actually experience lower carbon emissions past a certain point.
The only thing that is true is that the less industrialization there is, the less pollution there will be. Would you agree with that?
No. What do you mean by industrialization?
Why not?
Because it doesn't.
I mean the word industrialization.
So I think people greatly exaggerate their concerns with AI data centers, but would building AI data centers be like industrialization to you?
No, I'm talking 1850s industrialization.
Yeah, but it seems that to me that you could have things that maybe you want to consider industrialization, like building data centers, that might also pollute the environment or whatever, right? So it's not clear to me that that's intrinsically connected or anything.
Oh no, I mean it's 100% intrinsically connected.
Okay, but you just said necessarily that the only thing that causes pollution or whatever is like industrialization. And
yeah,
are you saying you want to go back to an agrarian society?
yeah.
Fuck.
Okay, that sounds like a
I want to go
decrease
back.
standard
I want to
living.
go back to an agrarian society with localized like industrialization centers. Like I don't think that the way that we live today is sustainable. Well, and not even I don't think it's not.
Okay, I mean, what's even the evidence for that? Like,
again, you believe in climate change, correct?
yeah, but I think you could, stop climate change and still have a same standard of living, at least roughly speaking.
How do we stop it? How do we stop it right now?
I don't think you can immediately stop it right now, but I think, for instance, doing a carbon tax, doing subsidies for green energy.
I can stop it right now. Doing what I want to do. We can stop it today.
I don't believe that to be, I mean, you can nuke everything and do that maybe, but I don't believe it to be true that you could, one, even implement your system in a day, and two, like the hit to our standard of living in that case would just be like unbelievably large if you try to stop it immediately.
Okay, so is a lower standard of living or extinction more like what's more preferable to you?
Extinction is worse. Extinction is worse, to be clear. But just to be clear, you don't believe that I think that like we should go extinct rather than compromise our standard of living, right? That is not a thing I've ever expressed. Like, you don't believe that I think that?
Well,
right?
No, but I mean, I do. I don't think that you like purposefully think that, but in my opinion, the way that you view society, that is an inevitability.
Okay, so just for the theory of mind thing here, I just want to be clear that like that's not something I think. I think that in the case that like extinction was likely or something that we should compromise our standard of living to some degree, and I'll even I'm not big on this necessarily, whatever, but like I think AI genuinely does pose like some kind of a X risk. Like, I think it is conceivable that AI that's not aligned could cause some type of like actual genuine kind of issue later on that poses a big threat to humanity. So I'll even say I might be in support of like to some degree pausing AI, even though I think that would decrease our standard of living. People tend to like AI tools. I use AI tools a lot, right? So like that is something that I think we should maybe take a hit to our standard of living to in order to protect our existence.
Mojo, we'll talk a little bit more about specifically what I mean by an agrarian society, because I think that you might actually be on board with it a little bit. Not 100% agree with it, but I just had to say yes. Cool. I had to say yes very quickly because like I've been getting interrupted like nonstop this entire fucking thing.
Yeah, so I agree, Nonfon. You are pretty tough to talk to. You're worse than Cringy and Scratch, I guess.
I feel like okay, maybe it should be nicer. I don't know.
No, and it's Nonfon. I'm not knocking you. I'm happy you're passionate. And
I think you're very intelligent, and I think I think you're very intelligent. I think you know your shit. I think that's awesome. I think you hold your own. I try and run panels where we go back and forth and don't interrupt each other, and you tend to interrupt a lot. So that's guess I'm not used to it.
Okay, I'm looking at by the way, this is a EDF report or whatever that's looking at the sort of relative emissions between trucks and rails and ships and such. I mean, it seems like if you look at either barges, like barges are their emission factor, which is what they use to measure the emissions per ton or whatever. They're 17.5 for barges. For ocean refrigerated goods, they separate it by from different places. What's just the highest one? The highest one is North America to Oceania. That is 109. If you look at trucks, that's 1,700.
Yeah,
the emission factor they calculate by doing the distance that the shipment has traveled times the weight or amount of your shipment, and sorry, hold on, that's something else. Where did they define the emissions factor? I can find it for you in a second.
But I mean, would you agree though, while you're looking that up, like that if you prioritize one thing over another, the one thing that you prioritize over the other is going to be like what you mainly factor into decision making? Just like on a basis of decision making?
Sure, but I think, but if you're speaking that broadly, my metric would never be financial gain or anything like that, or even a standard of living. My metric would just be the positive sentient experience, right? Like that's what I prioritize.
I'm not necessarily saying you specifically thinking this. I'm just talking about like greater society as a whole. Like, would you not say that is like their number one motivator?
I don't think that's how decisions in society are really made. I don't think it's like that. I don't think that's how that works. Like, I mean,
you don't think that,
don't think
that most of society's decisions are not based upon like specifically the United States are not based on like financial gain?
I'm not certain. I would say it's much bigger for the U.S. than it is for other countries. I think depending on how you define decision, maybe it is, but I think people generally live their day-to-day lives trying to maximize like their happiness, and that is oftentimes associated with financial gain, but not always, right? People choose to stop working so they can engage in leisure. They're not motivated by financial gain. They're motivated by their preferences and desires to engage in leisure and to stay home and jack off.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, everybody loves a good crank, brother. But I'm talking about like strictly, well, not even strictly, because I would make the argument that most people, like we have the mindset within the United States to make decisions based off of like financial decisions because like our lives are so tied to finances. And then like within the United States, like even in our political sphere, the biggest talking points is like for any politician is who's going to be able to put more money in whose pocket. I would really push back against the idea that it is not the United States zeitgeist and like mainly the world zeitgeist to have like financial decisions as the number one indicator of like a decision.
I mean, I think that like I said, I think it depends on how narrowly you define decision. I'll say I do agree. Like, there's like the issue is there's an endogeneity issue here. Okay, but like, so probably the country's economic system affects people's attitudes toward things, and the fact that in the U.S. we don't have as robust welfare states as Western European countries, and we are a more like cutthroat, quote unquote, capitalist country, probably does affect people's sort of motivations and people's desires for financial gain or whatever. I think that is a part of American culture that's less shared by other cultures. The issue is there's also going to be an issue of how much are those desires pre-existing, and instead of the institutions creating our desires are creating the institutions. So I don't know how you would necessarily measure that. Maybe for whatever historical reason, America just was likely to always create that type of culture, and because we have the type of culture, we created our more cutthroat institutions. I think there's like I don't want to say circularity, but I also don't want to say endogeneity. There's some degree of reverse causality there, potentially. But I would generally agree that like Americans are probably kind of more motivated by that stuff than a lot of other countries. But
I want to hit on a...
Oh, go ahead.
If you guys, I thought maybe you were done there, but if you want to continue going, I have a couple of things I wanted to hit on too.
Oh, yeah,
Sure.
go ahead.
Well, I wanted to go back to the PPP, first of all, because Luxembourg, Norway, Ireland, Switzerland are all above the United States on PPP. Iceland, Netherlands,
in
Denmark,
PPP of what? Of
this is from
income
the
or?
I'm sorry. The gross domestic product per capita, source OECD 2024 Purchasing Power Parities database.
They might have. I thought they didn't have just by PPP more GDP per capita overall. I think if you look at it by hour worked, which is a little different, they do, but I don't. Is it looking at it per hour worked, or is it just looking at the raw?
I don't. I don't know. You can go look it up if you want. I'm just saying that those five.
Well, just read what the graph
are ahead of us,
says.
and the 4 countries after that are pretty damn close to us as well. Actually, the 5 countries after us are pretty damn close to us as well. So I would say that.
Okay, wait, hold on. I think I'm looking at. Yeah, Luxembourg makes sense. Norway, Ireland, Switzerland. Yeah, I mean, it makes sense, I guess. But I think, I was talking about earlier median disposable income, right? And that was by the same OECD database. You can see that's higher in the U.S. than it is in those other countries.
Just accepted your numbers, and when you talked about Luxembourg, you acted like that was the only one above the U.S., and it seems like that turned out to be incorrect.
Well, wait. Because 2 things. One, I was referring to a different measure, right? I said I was speaking from memory that I believe we have the highest median disposable income per person, other than Luxembourg. It turns out, yeah. But then I looked it up. You're right, and it turns out I was wrong. We are actually higher than Luxembourg in median GDP per capita, median disposable income.
Yeah, but we were talking about PPP.
What do you think PPP is?
And you were talking about disposable. Now you're just talking about disposable too. Of course.
That's what I said earlier. I said we have the highest median disposable income by PPP.
Of course, because we don't include healthcare in our system, because we don't include education in our system.
That doesn't make any sense.
These are not things that are required to pay for out of pocket. You can, and they're going to vary depending on what your age is or what your health is. So in the U.S.,
that's why you look at the median
system, a privatized system. Since in the U.S. we have a privatized system, we're not getting these things for free. So when you're talking about
the benefits, they include.
Oh my fucking God! What is wrong with you, child?
You just don't understand how they're measuring these things.
Jesus,
it includes health benefits. It's including health benefits, though.
Let's not get angry. Let's not get. Everything's cool. We're all friends here.
I'm just like the reason I interrupt here is because this is what it feels like. This is what it feels like to me.
I'm still going to move on. Hello, I'm still going to move on.
Okay.
I'm still going to move on because I just wanted to go back and correct you on that PPP number that you.
But you're just wrong.
Wait, God, just stop. Just stop.
You understand why it's frustrating for you to be able to just like ramble about why I'm quote unquote wrong when like I think you're just making a basic misunderstanding here.
For 15 fucking minutes. What's frustrating is listening to you go on for 15 fucking minutes and then interrupting anytime anybody else speaks. That's what's frustrating. Okay. Do you get that?
Sure, buddy. Go ahead.
Thank you. Sure, buddy. I mean, it's fucking obnoxious. I think you can look at a lot of the global South countries, and yeah, you're going to see a huge standard of living increase in those countries because, as you said, when their daily income goes from $1 to $2, it means a lot. So yeah, their standard of living is going to rise pretty quickly because of where they started at. Can you please mute when you are pounding on your keyboard, please?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I need to get a microphone for my phone or something. I can't. It's hard to set it up.
Thank you. So because you're starting off at such a small place, you're going to see a huge increase in standard of living. But as the standard of living goes up, you will eventually see it evening out and going back down again as far as standard of living goes too. The problem with this too is where the wealth ends up distributing. So over a period of time, as you capitalize a country more and more and more, the wealth ends up becoming less and less equal, which means that there's a certain portion of the population that is going to take the vast majority of this. It's also going to limit the amount of resources that most people have access to. And when you do that, you also create wars. So the more you capitalize the world, the more wars we're going to have over resources and the more wealth disparity we're going to see on this planet.
Yeah. So just to be clear, when I said what I was referring to earlier, I said we have the United States as the highest, or I think I initially said we have the highest, other than I think Luxembourg, median disposable income adjusted for purchasing power parity, which is how we adjust for kind of price differences across countries, right? I then looked it up. It turns out I said this. I remember saying this. I was wrong because we actually are higher than Luxembourg in median disposable income adjusted for purchasing power parity, right? And to be clear, so I wasn't wrong. You pulling up GDP per capita doesn't change that because guess what? That's not the number I was referring to. That's a different number.
It actually was. It actually was, and this is recorded. I'm
What-
sure
what
you're
actually
streaming it
was?
too. You can go back and look.
Do you think I
That's the point that
said,
you made?
just to be clear, I will bet $100
Just to be clear,
right now.
you can go back and look at it. You can
I will
go
bet
back and look at it
$100
whenever you want.
right now that I
You
said,
can go back and look at it.
I said
just said
disposable
you can go back
income.
and look at it. I just said you can go back and look at it whenever you want.
Will you bet
And I already
$100?
said
Bet
I'm
$100
moving on
bucks.
from
Bet
this.
$100
All
if
I
you're so
did-
confident. Bet $100. That's what I said. Because what
Holy
I guarantee
fuck.
you. Will you do that?
I don't care. I was simply
You don't
correcting you
care?
on your PPP. That's it. How many
I will
times do
bet-
we have to go through the same
Again,
thing?
I will bet $100 right now that what I said was disposable income.
All
Median
right,
disposable
child, you're
income.
right. Whatever. I don't care.
Okay. And also, that includes healthcare benefits and spending. So, like, even just on the OECD page right here, it says social transfers include health or education provided for free.
Oh
or
my
at
God, I
reduced
just said I
prices.
don't care.
Okay. So, for the audience who might care, it
This
does.
is my audience. You understand that, right?
Uh-huh.
They probably don't care if I don't care.
Great. So for the audience, certain types of government spendings on behalf of people or certain types of employer-provided insurance, for example, I believe are included in this measure of disposable income. So that's that. And also, it's past that, I think you made a point about inequality. I think there was another point that you made that I forgot exactly what it was. Well, for one, I keep referring in this to median, right? So the median, again, is not substantially affected by outliers of the richest people, right? So the median is going to be indicative generally of how the overall population is doing. So if we're seeing an increase in the median income for countries in the global south, that's not just the top 1% gaining. That is overall the person at the 50th percentile gaining, right? 50% of the population has less than that, 50% has more. So that means 50% of the population has experienced more than this whatever growth in income that I'm referring to when I say median disposable income or whatever metric I'm looking at. So I'm doing my best to account for the type of inequality. Also, I think that depending on, so I'm not certain that I have evidence on hand about the causal effect of like capitalist reforms on inequality. It wouldn't surprise me if they were like positive. It's conceivable to me, definitely that would be there. But I think the evidence on inequality having bad effects is pretty bad. There's not decent evidence on it having bad effects. And two, I believe global inequality has actually gone down for the past 30 or so years. Hello? You gonna?
Yeah, I don't think you addressed any of my points, but that's all right.
Oh, okay. Did I not just respond to your point about inequality though? Like,
I don't feel like you did. You were talking about medium inequality, and
Okay,
I was talking about
so-
the growth of. I was talking about the growth of standard of living over a period of time, or wealth distribution over a period of time, and how it will eventually lead to distribution that ends up at the top and not the bottom.
my point
So we end up
specifically
seeing
was
a
that when
system
I'm looking at
we end
median
up seeing-
income,
we end up, God fucking damn it. What the fuck? Anyway, I'm going to go ahead and just shut up right now.
okay, I just don't. So the reason I'm talking about median here when you bring up inequality or whatever is because it feels like, if I understand correctly, you're saying, the capitalism, these things or whatever are going to lead to increased inequality, and it's going to lead to distribution of income where people at the bottom don't have very much, people at the top have a lot. My point is that when I'm looking at median, it is still indicative of what people have at the bottom. At the bottom, it's going to be indicative of what the person at the 50th percentile have, right? So if just like the income for the top 10% grows, you're not really going to change the median all that much. But if you see the income for the bottom, or like for 80% of people to grow, you are going to see the median go up, right? Like it is taking into account the potential inequalities that exist there. And also you'd have to justify, you're just kind of taking it as a matter of fact that inequality is bad. I don't see particularly good evidence of it doing that. It seems like most of
inequality
the
is bad.
that it like
You don't
causes
see
essentially bad
evidence that
outcomes.
inequality is bad. Really?
Yeah. Uh huh.
Why do people revolt?
Okay, so I'm gonna talk for a minute about what I take as evidence. So technically, I think there are a lot of anecdotes and historical examples or whatever that I take as some degree of evidence in that they are stories that kind of raise the probability of the claim that inequality has bad outcomes being true, okay? What I take as stronger evidence is what I would call studies that use some type of causal inference mechanism. So that's to say, generally you try to look for what is a kind of identifiable shock, right? Sometimes it's hard to measure the causes of things if you're not identifying it very well. So inequality is hard to do that with because there aren't that many things that cause like a sudden increase in inequality or like a sudden increase in wealth disparities. That's kind of hard to do. And there aren't many things that kind of only affect income inequality. And you want to try to isolate the causal effect as much as possible. So, and then we have a bunch of different research designs. Once you find a hopefully identifiable example, to try to either do something like, for example, synthetic control, where you rely on essentially donor data from other countries or other places that matched the trends in whatever case you're looking at prior to the thing that you're trying to measure, the treatment that you're trying to measure, prior to the shock or whatever. And you try to estimate what the counterfactual would be if the treatment or if the effect, didn't happen. Or you could do like a difference design where you are to some degree relying on some similar data from other countries or whatever, and you try to measure you do the difference in the difference between the trend of the country that you're measuring and the other countries that you're looking at, or the other places that supposedly have parallel trends. There are a bunch of different research designs for inequality. It would be hard to do a regression discontinuity design. It'd be really hard to do an instrumental variable, but you could do an instrumental variable where like you, instead of relying on what you're directly measuring, you rely on something that affects what you're directly measuring. So it's, for example, really hard to measure the effects of smoking on lung cancer because probably the people who smoke also engage in other activities that make them more likely to have lung cancer or die of other causes. So if we want to measure the effects of smoking on lung cancer, we might look at doing instrumental variable design where we look at the cigarette tax on cigarettes because that affects cigarette sales, but it doesn't affect. I was explaining a research design to you.
I don't even know what you're doing here. I don't even know what you're doing.
Hold on, just real quick. Okay.
Why do people revolt? This is what. Why do people revolt? Why do people revolt?
For many reasons, not only because of inequality. Yeah. Can I finish just real quick? Okay.
Is inequality always a portion of it? Is inequality always
probably not? Probably not.
I can probably tell you historically speaking that's true.
That's great. Okay, wait, just
in many cases, it will be the sole factor as to why people revolt, especially when you're talking about feudalistic systems. So I'm sorry, I don't care about all the other crap you just spewed off. I didn't even hear what you said.
Okay, so what I'm saying is we can have these historical examples or whatever. But I don't take them to be as good of evidence as sort of causally identified studies that try to actually estimate the causal impacts of things. So do you understand how, like, for example, in the case of in these anecdotes or whatever, for one, maybe there's a bunch of other revolutions or whatever that happened that didn't happen because of inequality, but we have like some sample bias. We're not looking at them, or we haven't heard about them, or maybe there's some type of like reverse causality where like, or actually it'd be kind of hard for the reverse causality to exist there.
Christ. But man, if you want to go talk to yourself, go talk to yourself. I don't care.
Wait, but you're not addressing any of these points.
What point are you making? Are you saying that it's difficult to measure?
I said that I have not seen. He's taking it as a matter of fact that inequality is bad or whatever. I'm simply saying I don't see particularly good evidence on that.
What evidence do you need?
So
people work harder than they ever have before. They don't get the opportunity. They don't have access.
First of all.
What do you mean it's not true?
It's not true. People average working hours.
Do you think that people that have reached the level of making, I don't know, over 100K a year and under 200K a year, that used to be a goal and a milestone that people would want to achieve. and now that's almost worthless, right? Like
No, so
the income.
That's why you would adjust for inflation.
The employer is still looking at $100,000 as something that they're paying they're paying somebody a really good salary. But that $100,000 compared to the people that are making the most at the top of the company, that doesn't translate.
Okay.
Right. If you're having disparities of sometimes anywhere between 250% less than they're making than the CEO, right? Like, how is that fair? And then as you start going down the ladder of their C levels and their VPs and they're right, like as you start going there, they're making hand over fist more money than people that are the actual laborers of the company.
Okay. So number one, even if it was the case that, for example, people are working more intensely, more than ever, or whatever, what I'm stating is you would have to, the burden would be on you to prove that's like causally related to inequality. And I don't think that there's good evidence of that. I kind of doubt that would even particularly correlate with it pretty well, because, it seems like in rich countries, working hours actually tend to go down, right? So I'm pretty sure we talked about this on the Sarah panel. You guys look up Fred average annual working hours worked by persons engaged for the United States. They're on a downward trend. Back in 1950, they were at over 2,000. Now they're all the way down to 1,700. Like,
okay, does that account for people that are doing side gigs on the side on the weekends and when they're off work?
Yeah, generally.
It does? Are you sure?
I am so it might not account for every single possible side gig, but I'm fairly certain that the survey data they use for this does indeed include questions about whether or not.
So the survey asked people if they worked 40 hours a week plus an additional 10 to 20 hours a week?
I'm fairly certain the survey is asking how.
Can you substantiate the survey?
Sure. I don't think you're going to take any. To be clear, do you have a source that finds the opposite? I'd be curious for what.
No, I'm just wondering. I want to study your source.
Okay, I'd just be curious for what.
Because if they did not take into account people working on the side, or people working more than 60 hours a week at 10 hours here, 20 hours there, 30 hours there, if that all adds up, I'm just curious as to how the survey was implemented. Okay. Because if they're only asking people that work a salary job at 40 hours a week, the numbers are going to be off, aren't they?
I doubt it would be substantial enough to undo the more general effects, but sure.
I don't know how you guys got here. Sorry, I'm late. I just got home. Is he making the argument that income inequality isn't a good enough reason for people to be upset?
That was, well, I had made the argument that the Global South has seen an increase in wealth or standard of living, but that happens when you start at such a low place. But as it increases above and beyond that, I think Pallet said something specifically about revolutionary or industrialization times. You're going to see a plateau, and then you're going to see a downward trend, and you're also going to see a lot of disparity caused at that point in time, which leads to wars and conflicts as well.
So
yeah.
how I remember getting here is I was talking about at various times the sort of growth in income that we see in a lot of countries when they do like capital reforms and such. And Mojo raised a point about like how it's also going to cause a lot of income inequality. And I just said, well, for one, that's why I'm kind of looking at the median growth in a lot of these things. The sort of the median is not substantially affected by the outliers there. So it's kind of it's not necessarily adjusting for the inequality, but it's not really as affected by the inequality. And two, that I don't think we should just take it for granted that income or wealth inequality is bad, because I don't see particularly good evidence of it having bad effects.
You don't see evidence of it having bad effects? That's your serious take?
I don't see particularly good evidence of it having bad effects. So what I take to be good evidence is causally identified studies.
Sure. If you think that money held at the top is a net benefit for society, because what they're going to provide jobs and opportunities for the people at the working class to be able to, I don't know, spend more, as opposed to paying the people at the bottom more so that they buy more shit, and the people that own shit are already at the top. They're making money
So-
either way. So why hoard it at the top and create systems that keep money at the top by, tax loopholes and what be it, the way that companies are structured and buybacks and such? Why keep it at the top when if you were to do the demand side of economics and pay people more and give them more access to wealth, they are going to spend and buy more things from the people that already own things.
Okay, so I think generally markets kind of give incentives for capital and factor payments generally to flow to the most productive use case. So, income inequality it like itself, I'm not saying it's like giving people an incentive to create jobs or whatever, but I think generally having people save and invest their money does lead to productive investments being made. And I think generally what results in income inequality oftentimes is the fact that people make successful they do successful ventures, they make successful investments, they make successful companies that also benefit consumers and also, yes, benefit the workers there. And that leads to some income inequality existing precisely because they have done some successful venture or have done some successful investment that also has benefited society as a whole. If you were to redistribute...
Can you give me examples of companies that have merged and acquired one another? How has that been beneficial long term for the consumer? Right, the merger of I don't know, some of the major telecommunications companies. How has that been beneficial to the consumer?
Probably, I would guess that there were economies of scale there, but just real quick. So I think insofar as you did like redistribution to address a lot of these concerns or whatever, I think, well, actually two things. One, I'll say, most inequality in the US is between firms, not within firms. So it is not the result of CEOs being paid a bajillion, trillion times more than the workers. It is instead the result of some firms paying their workers a lot more than the workers at other firms. So that's what most inequality in the US comes from. Second of all, I think that, I forget what the second point I was going to raise. Oh, insofar as you do like redistribution or whatever, there are ways that you do redistribution that I think are good, but typically the interventions that a lot of socialists or even Stockton people support is because, they're going to affect the incentives for people to do things that are generally good, that create economic activity, that create economic growth. When it comes to like mergers or whatever, I can't off the top of my head, I'm not certain if the TV mergers were not good necessarily or something, but I would imagine that cases where, so there are two effects here that might be good. One is economies of scale. Typically companies get more efficient, production is more efficient as scale increases, they can spread out their fixed costs more. That might lower costs for consumers. Two is we do have evidence that finds that mergers typically... So, sure, because there are also other...
You said that it might, but do you have evidence of that?
That economies of scale exist?
No, that mergers could benefit the consumer. Because if you're a capitalist...
I do have evidence of that.
You would say that
more
competition in the market would be good, right? So if there's mergers and acquisitions of major companies, there's less competition.
So I don't think that follows. I don't think that follows.
Riddle me that. How is it a net good for consumers?
Okay, so
if there's less competition,
I think here, number one, I don't think it is actually the case that concentration alone is a good measure of market competition. So, for example, let's imagine a case where there are a bunch of restaurants in a city or whatever, and DoorDash comes in. Suddenly, instead of consumers having to drive to the physical location or whatever to get their restaurant, or just stopping at the one that's on their way home from work, they can now easily switch between restaurants just from their phone, right? So this is a case where the result of this would actually be to both increase concentration because consumers would select for the firms that they most like, and probably a lot of restaurants would be harmed by this, and some would go bankrupt and some would exit the market, and to increase competition because businesses now have to compete with each other more because consumers can easily switch between them, right? So this is just one example of how concentration is not actually necessarily related to.
That's a bad example.
Okay.
The example that you would have wanted to use there is if you have a bunch of restaurants, you'd have one restaurant that comes in that buys out the rest. And now there's only one big restaurant. DoorDash has nothing to do with the example. DoorDash is just the delivery mechanism for people to be able to have access to those companies. In this example, you would have had to have said, a chain or some other big restaurant comes in and pushes out the rest of the competition.
Because that's not the point.
That is a
so
merger and acquisition.
The point I was trying to
prove
prove there.
up the land of where those restaurants are. Stop. DoorDash has nothing to do with the fact that we're saying that when you have mergers and acquisitions and there's less choice and less competition, that's not good for the consumer. So your entire DoorDash analogy has nothing to do with what we're talking about.
No, because you said, riddle me this, capitalist. You say you like competition, but don't you agree that if there's less firms, there's going to be less competition? No, that's not true. I don't believe it is the case that if there's less firms or there's less competition. I gave you an example as to where increasing or decreasing the number of firms would be the result of more competition in the market, right? So that is an example of that. When it comes to mergers, again, I think they can actually be good for consumers because one, like I said, economies of scale. Typically, fixed costs can get spread out more if you're selling to more people, if you're producing more things. And two, but the productivity effects and like management effects. So there does seem to be evidence that mergers tend to bring whatever firm is like performing worse up to the average productivity level of the firm merging with them. So that is the case where
do you think that companies are in the business of buying up firms because they're performing poorly?
Some of them are.
Are they? Do you think that a mergers and acquisitions team at a large corporation is looking at their competition and saying, hey, they're failing, let's buy them?
So I think a lot of like private equity firms
wouldn't they just let them fail? Wouldn't they just let them fail if they're already beating up the competition?
Not necessarily, because one, maybe they want like the market share that's there or whatever. Like you know how like it's probably harder to.
They're getting it anyway. They're failing.
No, because there are like switching costs. There are information problems that consumers have. So probably like if this is like a common thing,
if they're failing, the consumers are already dealing with those costs.
Okay, no, what? No. But when I say they're switching costs,
why would they be failing, Ron? Why would they be failing?
When I say they're switching costs, there's costs for the consumer oftentimes between switching between different like platforms or whatever, right? If Twitter went bankrupt and I had to switch to Blue Sky, okay, there's a cost to me doing that because I have a following in Twitter, et cetera, et cetera. If Twitter was going bankrupt, it might actually benefit Blue Sky to not let Twitter fail, but instead buy Twitter because that way I could keep my following there and I'd be more likely to continue using Twitter as I am now rather than just quitting like altogether, right? That's what I'm referring to there.
That's a subscriber-based business. It's not a free market or an open market system.
What? First of all, whether it's subscriber based or not doesn't change the fact of whether there's switching costs or not. If there are switching costs, there are reasons that firms might want to buy out the firm that's failing anyway.
But if you okay, so you use DoorDash as an example. If there are two Mexican restaurants in a town and one of those Mexican restaurants goes out of business and somebody wants Mexican food, then they go to the other Mexican restaurant in town, which means they get more business. They probably take over the rest of the business that was taken over by the business that existed before. So it would behoove them to allow that company to go under rather than buy it, because it makes no sense to buy it because they're already failing.
In that case, maybe. I'm not saying there can't be cases where it's more beneficial for them or it's not worth it for them to buy a company that's failing. I'm just saying that there are.
I would like your study on the causal links that between wealth disparity and how it affects the economy. The causal links.
So I'm saying there's not good evidence on the causal links. I'm saying there's not good evidence on the causal links.
Okay, so what study were you trying to quote from there? Because you said you pulled something up. You were looking at something.
I was looking up the average working hours last time. I was looking stuff up. I don't know exactly what you're referring to.
So the rest of the crap you were just making up then?
No, because I have things that I have read and remember, and are in my notes. Like,
so you're just making it up, and I can't look it up. I got you. Trust me. Bro.
What? I don't know what you're referring to.
You said there were links between wealth disparity and an economy doing good.
No, I said I don't see good evidence of inequality being particularly bad. That's what I said. I might have said I don't remember saying this, but I might have said there are plausible mechanisms by which it could increase growth, right? I think earlier this might have been what you're referring to. I think I said, but I think you're confused here. What I said is that a lot of mechanisms that are good overall might create some inequality as a result. So I gave the examples of how like a mechanism like the market mechanism, might create some type of income inequality, but it's still not good overall because it also leads to new companies being created, consumers getting new products, yada, yada, yada. I said that. But that's just me describing a mechanism, right?
I'll just trust you, bro. It's okay.
What? Okay. That just
Again,
means,
I don't
a lot
understand.
of just to tell you how my brain works a little bit here. So a lot of times I am describing mechanisms. I'm thinking of mechanisms, and then where I'm trying to consider which effect kind of dominates, right? So just a quick example: if I get in a taxi and I see my driver is not wearing a seatbelt, there's kind of two competing forces at play here. Okay, so like whether I should be worried. You might expect a driver that doesn't have a seatbelt to drive more carefully because the cost of them getting in a crash is higher. But at the same time, the people who don't wear a seatbelt are probably the people who are more likely to take risks generally, right? So if I get into a taxi and I see someone's not wearing a seatbelt, I think I should be worried because the sort of selection effect there are the people who are likely to do this dominates over the effect of the increased cost, right? So like that's just an example. There are other examples like relevant here. Like there is there's different effects between like increasing market concentration that might increase a company's market power and various other things that might actually increase competition in the market. And I'm trying to see which effect dominates in these examples.
All right. So would wealth inequality inherently lead to less choices in marketplaces? Massive amounts of wealth being accumulated at the top, so maybe affecting policy as well, affecting labor policy, affecting governmental policy in general, tax policy.
So what am I assuming? If you're saying if I assume that wealth inequality has the effects of increasing or of changing government policy to make everything worse, then sure, it would lead to that. But I don't think it's intrinsically related to wealth inequality, whatever effects that you think exist here are. I don't see good evidence of that.
Well, as the inequality increases, I mean, obviously that inequality is increasing because of business growth, and business growth is going to be where the wealth is grown at. So those businesses gaining more wealth would have to be essentially gaining more market share, and more market share means that the people on the bottom actually come out worse in the long run.
No, because there's not like a fixed pie, right? So like the size of markets can grow. So it's not the case that just because the asset value or the stock market capitalization of a company went up, that therefore they had like more market share because the size of the market can grow. So I'm trying to think of an example off the top of my head or whatever, but like, just because like Netflix has probably gone up in value over time, but their market share has probably gone down over time because the size in a market for streaming services has grown.
Because they've increased price. Yeah, because they've increased price. But either way, the people on the bottom are the ones that are suffering. Yeah, but either way, the people on the bottom are suffering.
So I think when we talk about inequality,
wealth inequality causes a whole lot of problems in a society that eventually leads to revolutions like the Arab Spring and the French Revolution, and even the wealth inequality that existed in Germany before World War II as well, that was caused by World War I and the documents that we signed then.
I'm not even sure. I'm especially not sure.
This wealth inequality absolutely leads to violent outcomes, and it certainly leads to more poverty and more disparate situations on the lower end of the population. And this is going to be what happens in the global South as well.
I'm certainly not sure that all those revolutions, especially the Arab Spring ones, were related to income inequality. I think the Arab Spring ones, a lot of them, maybe it's correlated to income inequality to some degree, but they were general concerns about like the democracy in most of those countries. Like, and there were some religious and ethnic.
Yeah, when you have wealthy people controlling the government, there's a problem with democracy, right?
Yeah, but I think
their lack of access to being able to change. The lack of access to being able to change their government through a democracy is what led to that. So if they want to complain about wealth inequality, if they want to complain about the oligarchy that's running their societies, you would want to revolt for a solution to that, which is changing the government structure.
But I'm saying that's not. I don't think the primary thing causing the Arab Spring protests and stuff were income and wealth inequality. I think it was primarily concerns for democracy and corruption, which I understand are in some cases connected to wealth inequality, but I view these as distinct.
All right, here's
they're also to my memory just they were just like religious
Jesus Christ,
differing religious conflicts as well.
Very simple question. Mm-hmm. Were the people they were revolting against poor or rich?
they were richer than them. They're probably poor.
Okay,
by
then
global
there we
standards
go.
still.
That's it. Very simple.
Wait, but
reason.
that's irrelevant.
They were the ones that were in charge.
That
had
means
more
it's
access to
caused.
wealth.
That means it's
They
caused by
wanted to change
inequality. That means it's caused by inequality.
Inequality plays a huge role in it.
Wait, are you saying the mere fact that the people they revolted against were richer, it means that it was caused? The revolt was caused by inequality.
They had access to power. They had access to the systems that put them in power. The people didn't have a choice or a say in how their governments.
I agree, but that's all. Those are not necessarily. Those are not concerns about inequality
with the wealthy people in society, right? Money being concentrated at the top. Life getting harder and harder.
I think if you talk to the leaders of the Arab Spring, I don't think many of them would mention income or wealth inequality. They might mention corruption of government officials, and I understand how so many things are going to in some way be connected to income and inequality and stuff or whatever. But the mere fact that the people they were revolting against were richer, I would not say is evidence of the revolution being primarily caused by income inequality or anything, right? Like, I think that's a crazy standard. When you say like people lacked access to power or whatever, stuff of that nature, that'll to me, it's not speaking about inequality necessarily. That's me speaking of concerns over democracy.
Right. These are things that are caused by capitalism, though. This is what I was trying to point out. So there are so many failures in capitalism right now. This is the reason that. This is the reason why we need an evolution of some kind. And I say that the evolution is going to have to be a socialistic evolution. I'd rather see it move slowly than at a rapid pace. So if we don't start doing it now, we're going to end up doing it through a revolution, and that's going to cause a lot of blood.
Okay.
Yeah, so
I don't think that's responsible.
Some of the more consistent drivers, I just looked this up, were unemployment, youth unemployment, corruption, repression, the collapse of the social contract, and wealth inequality. Wow. It was a factor, but all of this is part of the people who were in charge were not having society run for the majority of the people, and they were pissed about it. And with that comes wealth inequality.
Wait, but you understand? You just said kind of proves my point, right? That it wasn't.
No,
you just said is that these things
to the broader sense of the system was unfair.
You said these things, such as corruption and stuff of that nature, these things also lead to wealth inequality. That's kind of evidence of my point of like the primary concern probably wasn't about wealth inequality. It might have been associated with certain, but like I understand these things are going to be connected in some way sometimes, but I don't think it's fair to say the primary driver or one of the primary drivers was really caused by inequality.
I just don't understand why you're advocating, why your entire position is about wealth inequality isn't a major role as to why people are dissatisfied with what's going on in their lives.
Because it seems like so. Number one, real quick.
Do you know what the Gini coefficient is?
Just like a quick, I do know what the
Gini coefficient is. Do you know what the Gini
coefficient is? Yes. So just real quick, if you look at, if you go to the Wikipedia page for Arab Spring, and you try to control.
Tell me what the Gini coefficient is.
The Gini coefficient is a measure of inequality where one is zero is the line of perfect equality. It's not a 0, 1 is the line of perfect equality. I forget it off the top of my head.
And what is 100%?
Well, it's a coefficient, right? So it's 0 point. It's not measured in percentage. It's measured in a decimal.
Sure. 100 being perfect inequality, right?
Well, 1.
Or 1.
Yeah.
Sure.
And then 0 being perfect equality, I believe. Yeah.
And do you think that people, when they're trying to talk about...
I just want to say, if you control F inequality on the Arab Spring Wikipedia page, it's just not there. There's a bunch of different caused by things, and maybe some of these are related to inequality. But people don't. I don't think it's considered to be one of the major factors. I don't think that's what it's understood to be.
Do you think that that the measurement of a country or a region's Gini coefficient in the Lorenz curve, do you think that is something that is often brought up?
In speaking about the Arab Spring?
Just in general.
In general, in discussions about
the health
countries?
of a society, their ability to grow, the measurement of their development,
right? Like, a huge reason why
Gini
West
coefficient
was
is
able,
a
or the
common
global
way
North,
to measure.
hold on.
Gini coefficient is a common way to measure inequality, and I will say, commonly brought up in discussions about the relative well-being of countries and the relative economic performance of countries. I'll
So
grant you
you've
that
been
much.
blabbing. You've been blabbing for the last hour about wealth inequality, and I was the one that had to bring up the Gini coefficient. So do you think that it's maybe not part of your fucking lexicon of what you talk about?
Okay. So I didn't bring up the Gini coefficient because the Gini coefficient is not relevant to the points I was making earlier.
How is the measurement of wealth? Just tell me this, please. Talk to me like I'm a fucking 5-year-old. How does the measurement of wealth inequality, which is the Gini coefficient, have nothing to do with the discussion about wealth inequality?
That's not the only way.
Square that circle for me.
So to be clear, it doesn't have nothing to do with it. It just wasn't. So the points you're making earlier, mostly about conceptual points, about different mechanisms, and about whether or not good evidence on this existed, right? So the exact measures of wealth or income inequality are not particularly relevant to many of those questions. Now, I am familiar with the Gini coefficient. I can talk about the Gini coefficient. We can I don't know why exactly you're bringing it up now, but what we've been talking about for the last little bit is whether or not one of the primary causes of the Arab Spring was wealth or income inequality. That's like a conceptual question as to which the Gini coefficient is not particularly relevant to. What we were talking about a little earlier is potentially like whether or not the well-being of countries in the global south and such are going to be substantially affected by income inequality. My point is that, one, that's why I look at like the median of things, and that accounts for that. And two, the fact that there doesn't appear to be, to me, there's not like great evidence on the effects of income or wealth inequality on the health of societies and such.
Okay, say that last part again.
I also mentioned, to me, I haven't seen like great evidence about the inequality or income or wealth inequality having negative effects on many things.
The developing world.
Yeah.
Do you understand the term of the development of the underdevelopment?
I feel like I've heard that by like Michael Parenti or something, but I go ahead and explain it to my uneducated.
So starting with the establishment of the Bretton Woods institutions and their structural adjustment programs throughout the 1970s and 80s, right?
Mm-hmm.
The development of underdevelopment, meaning part of these structural adjustment programs, these neoliberal financial changes that they were forced into adopting, taking on a loan in USD, devaluing your local currency, opening up for foreign investment, having austerity measures, selling off any kind of national industries to the private market, usually that private market being foreign interest. So all of this in combination with, hey, here's a loan, you got to pay it back. And you have to pay it back in USD, but we just made you devalue your currency. This was the beginning of the development of the underdevelopment of the developing world. Right?
Okay. So
and with that came propping up the existing oligarchy that were there, because they were the ones that were the middlemen for multinational corporations to come in and set up shop and take over any kind of nationalized industry or any kind of infant industries that were existing here in those developing countries. So absolutely, the continuation of the furthering gap of the Gini coefficient within these developing countries.
Okay, so like three different things. Number one, I didn't hear a single point in there in which you could causally link income inequality to bad outcomes, right? I'm even willing to grant. Can I? So I'm even willing to grant. I don't know this to be true, but I could even grant that like these types of reforms led to more income inequality in these countries. I could grant that to be true. You would have to causally tie that to negative outcomes. I don't believe there's good evidence of that. There's like some cross-country correlations, but they're like riddled with sample bias and endogeneity issues. So I just don't take them to be particularly good evidence. Now, I think, so with regards to like these structural adjustment programs or whatever, I just don't think there's good evidence either that these have caused bad outcomes for the countries either. So I mentioned the study earlier, like the Washington consensus works. It looks at many of these structural adjustment programs. It looks at countries that had these types of capitalist reforms, and the effects, the effects of them compared to the counterfactual they estimate. It seems like they actually probably led to increases in GDP per capita, increases in economic growth, increases in these things. And even, things like infinite industries, trade, or whatever, I think the best identified evidence in this all points to most of these things having good outcomes. The evidence on privatization, I think, is the most mixed, but the evidence on trade having good outcomes,
you think that
import
let
liberalization.
me ask you this, because you did know what structural adjustment programs were before I brought them up. So let me ask you this: why did the World Bank and the IMF stop giving structural adjustment programs out?
I believe they still do. To my knowledge, they do.
No, they don't. They don't. They've changed them.
Are they just called something different now? To my knowledge, they the IMF
the conditions of which countries needed to meet in order to qualify for loans have changed throughout the from the 70s, 80s, and in the 1990s, right? Mm-hmm. So if we're using your logic, why did they change if they weren't a bad thing?
My understanding is that there was some consensus that some of the things, at least, they were doing were bad. But so, first of all, as I understand it, they might not call them structural adjustment programs anymore.
Some of the things that they were doing were bad.
I mean,
let's use a metric that we can agree on. Did poverty go up or down?
In what country, when, in the causal effect you'd have to estimate.
From a country adopting a structural adjustment program, let's take Ethiopia, for example. From a country adopting a structural adjustment program, or we can use Congo, we can use Latin America, we can use, right? This market liberalization, this neoliberal kind of framework that they made these countries adopt in the privatizations of their market. Did it lead to more or less poverty?
Did it lead to? I'm not certain. I would imagine over the long run, it would lead to less poverty. Now there's an issue here.
Okay,
so there's an issue. So there's an issue. So when you just say, stop.
I'm trying to simplify the fucking question.
I'm trying to simplify this for you. Okay.
So
when you just say, this is why I care about causal evidence. Why I care about causal evidence. Why I care about causal evidence. I will explain to you why you care about causal evidence.
So just to be
Nonfon. Well, yeah, I can't finish the fucking thing. So just to be the reason I care about causal.
There are three people here that you're talking to, and I guarantee you've talked more than all three of us.
I'm not certain that's true, but let me I gotta, if it is just I only got one sentence out. So the reason I care about causal evidence is because the mind-blowing stuff here. Probably the countries that are accepting structural adjustment programs are countries that were not in a good position to begin with. So the structural adjustment program could conceivably reduce poverty compared to the counterfactual of them not accepting it, but poverty still increase overall because the country that gets the structural adjustment program probably is just in a bad position to begin with. Do you understand that?
I understand that, but the privatization of their existing infrastructure, right? Because you need stability here. And now you're having market forces for services that governments are supposed to provide for their people, like the privatization of water in Bolivia, for example. Right? Why would Bolivia privatize their water?
I mean, I'm not certain, but I imagine the IMF probably gave some recommendation or some requirement for them to privatize certain industries because they were probably costing the Bolivian government money, and they wanted the Bolivian government to be able to repay the loan.
Do you know enough about the outcomes of the privatization of water in Bolivia?
Not specifically that, but I think so. Like I said earlier, I think the evidence on privatization.
Before we look into it, because we can look
mixed.
into it, we can look into it, and we can talk. We can have a conversation about it.
Okay.
Your hypothesis, while we look into this, was it a good or a bad thing?
I wouldn't have a strong position on that.
It's not about having a strong position. I want you to make a hypothesis since you don't know about the subject, and we can go through this.
Basically.
Do you think that the privatization? It's a simple fucking question, man.
I'm basically indifferent on that. I'm 50-50.
For fuck's sake, stop.
Yeah, I'm answering a question. I'm basically indifferent on that.
I'm not done.
Oh, okay. It sounds like you're answering a question.
You are super obnoxious, kid. I don't know why. Why do you do this? Why can't you have like a normal conversation? Why do you have to talk over everybody and just continue talking? It's crazy.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. Do you think your hypothesis that privatization of water in Bolivia ended up being a net good or a net negative for the people of Bolivia?
I would be indifferent on that because I have seen conflicting evidence on the effects of privatization and even the effects of specifically privatization
I'm asking
of water.
You about this one case study. Since you don't know enough about it, it's a perfect example of you giving a hypothesis based off of your theoretical outlook.
I can't be indifferent on it.
on what the market forces of privatizing water would do. And I'm asking you to take that same fucking logic and apply it here. Do you think it's good or bad?
Can I ask something real
So I have seen conflicting evidence on the effects of privatization, including the effects of specifically water privatization. So
Christ,
for
dude,
example,
you can't answer a fucking question.
I am answering I am indifferent, and I'm giving you the reasons I am indifferent on this specific thing. So I don't know anything about Bolivia specifically, this water issue specifically, but I have seen, for example, a paper. I have seen, for example, a paper on the effects of water privatization in Colorado, and it found that it actually made things better for consumers. It actually led to less violations of the Clean Water Drinking Act.
Is it safe to assume that your hypothesis is that it's positive?
True.
No,
that's not true.
It's not true that I haven't seen a paper.
True. And you haven't seen the paper on Colorado because we went from a privatized system to a more public system. We have we are part of a co-op of states now trying to figure out our fucking water problems. I'm sorry, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. I live in Colorado. As a matter of fact, just recently we were allowed to start keeping rainwater where we couldn't do that before. I don't. This is crazy. Wait, okay. Before we go further, I just want to go back to your whole fucking Wiki. Before we go further, I want to go back to your whole Wikipedia thing because you fucking glossed over that so ridiculously stupidly. So you said you couldn't find income inequality in the Arab Spring in Wikipedia. I'm sorry, the Arab Spring is widely believed to have been instigated by dissatisfaction, particularly of the youth and unions, with rule of governments though some have speculated that wide gaps in income levels and pressures caused by the Great Recession may have had a hand as well. Numerous factors led to the protests, including issues such as reform, human rights violations, political corruption, economic decline, unemployment, extreme poverty, and a number of demographical structural factors. This is the first fucking 2 paragraphs under the causes of the Arab Spring. How the fuck do you gloss over that? What the fuck is wrong with you?
I'm gonna go crazy. So just read the part I mentioned inequality again. It's literally said some have speculated that this may have played a role, and it was one of like 50 things mentioned.
It wasn't. No, it was one of like 4 things mentioned, and on top of that, I went to the next fucking paragraph where it talks about extreme poverty, unemployment, economic decline, political corruption.
Yeah, you'd have to prove that's related to inequality. I don't believe you can do that.
All of these things relate to inequality.
Prove that. What's the evidence?
What?
What's the evidence that like these things are essentially affected by inequality?
I'm
not
serious?
Certain that's the case.
I don't know. Logic. Okay.
Logic.
So tell me. Yeah, tell me how political corruption is not a difference in economic impact. Tell me how that's not a difference.
Political corruption, I think these things can be related, but I don't think political corruption is synonymous with income inequality or wealth inequality. I think political corruption is likely to increase income inequality, wealth inequality, but I don't think income inequality itself is going to lead to the same type of things that political corruption will lead to.
It absolutely does every single time because the people with more money have more control over the political nature of a country and its policies, and that corruption that you're talking about comes from the wealthy people. This is about an uneven distribution of wealth in a country. Economic decline is absolutely an uneven distribution in a country. Unemployment, same thing. Extreme poverty, same thing. All of these things are factors in inequality of economic standards or economic realities, I guess.
Okay.
It's ridiculous for you to think otherwise. It's just ridiculous.
True. So again, I don't think I take political corruption and these things to be, obviously I understand they're going to be related. Probably disproportionately people who engage in this type of corruption are going to be wealthy people. But if we're considering whether or not income inequality is a problem.
Are you saying poor people corrupt the government? Are you fucking seriously saying there are poor people out there corrupting the government? I
wouldn't necessarily say poor people. Probably in countries with weak in countries and weak institutions, there are a decent number of people who are low to middle income who are able to engage in some type of corruption from the government. Probably that is the case.
You are incredible.
Okay, great. So if I'm talking about the effects of income inequality and something, right? Income inequality can exist in a country where there's a lot of like political corruption and a country where there isn't much political corruption. So if I'm talking about the effects of income inequality or something, I want to try to isolate for that as much as I can. I understand these two things might be related. It might be the case that one even causes the other to some extent. I can conceive of that being the case. Okay. But if I'm talking about the effects of income inequality, I am viewing these as distinct things. So when I say I don't think one of the like primary drivers of the Arab Spring was understood to be income inequality, I'm saying I don't think people understand, at least not merely income inequality, to be the driver of that. I think people understand that people were more upset with the corruption, more upset with the lack of democracy, more upset with the violation of rights than they were with income inequality in of itself, even if I recognize political corruption can be worsened by inequality or can cause some inequality.
I think you just proved my point. And I think it's interesting you glossed over all that shit. You said, I can't find income inequality in this document in Wikipedia. That's just
I think
crazy.
I control F inequality and I didn't see it. But
I don't know. I feel like at this point you just have a cognitive bias. You're looking
true. I'm
you're looking for
biased.
answers. Yeah, you do.
Wait,
you are
just
absolutely biased because
okay.
because you looked at that Wikipedia article and you completely glossed over the causes.
I told you I control F inequality. I read all the causes. And it doesn't have inequality on there. It has
directly
I'll go back
related
to
to
it.
Economic situations. They're directly related to economic reality.
Yes, and do you agree that unemployment can be caused by the? Do you agree? Do you agree unemployment can be caused by something that's not income inequality?
Like what?
Like an adverse supply shock?
Would the economic inequality still exist? Even if there is a supply shock,
it could
still not.
I mean,
wealthy people as harmed by that, or do they actually gain money when you see that happen?
Well, wealthy people on net probably lose money. There might be individuals who gain money, but probably, probably most of them lose money.
Okay, so the vast majority of the population will lose money, but the wealthy people.
No, I think probably most of the wealthy people will lose money.
Great Depression. This was seen in the Great Depression. The wealthy got wealthier and the poor got poorer.
True. So when I say adverse supply shock, which the Great Depression was not necessarily really an adverse supply shock, that was kind of the monetary issues and demand shocks there. But regardless of that, adverse supply shock. So for example, the war in Iran would be an example of an adverse supply shock because people have less oil. So there are oil executives who probably will make more money now because the oil price, the stock prices of oil, for example, have gone up. But probably on net, a bunch of rich people own assets in companies that rely on oil to make energy and to make plastic and to transport all their goods. So probably on net, the asset values of those are going to fall more than the asset values of oil companies are going to go up. So on net, I would expect the rich overall to lose money. And that would, an adverse supply shock can also, believe it or not, cause unemployment.
I don't know that an adverse supply shock is going to cause unemployment if you have a decrease in the amount of oil that's being produced at a particular point in time.
Do you think that if like 50% of the energy production in the U.S. was gone overnight, do you think that would reduce unemployment? Increase unemployment?
I think that roughnecks work in a specific way. So when you're talking about oil or drilling wells, roughnecks work on one well, and if that well gets shut down or gets stymied for any reason at all, they end up going to another well, or they end up working other areas, or even in other states. They move around because they generally cover multi-state areas. So I happen to live around a bunch of roughnecks. So if you're going to talk about oil and natural gas,
okay.
These people are employed the entirety of the time, whether the gas prices are high or low.
Do you think that maybe gas prices affect other sectors other than just the mining industry and the drilling industry?
Certainly, they negatively affect the poor, and they
positively,
generally speaking, positively affect the rich.
Let's say overnight.
I think everything you're saying is proving my point here, my guy.
No. Let's just say, just quickly, overnight, let's say 50% of U.S. oil production is gone, or 50% of global production is gone. Do you think unemployment would probably increase in that world?
No, if 50% is gone, we would increase our production.
Unemployment overall.
No, we would increase our production in the United States. Unemployment overall would not go down.
You don't think firms would like maybe not be able to hire people if they had to pay like a fuck ton more for gas and energy?
They're going to pay it anyway because they're going to pass the cost on to the consumer.
Do you think consumers are going to be more poor if they have to pay a lot more for everything?
Yes, and the consumers are the poor
Do you think
people.
consumers are going to buy less in that world?
What the fuck?
Do you think consumers are going to buy less in that world?
Sure, but they're going to end up spending
So
more
do you
money
think
in that
that-
world as well. So they're going to cover the cost, not the rich people.
Is your position? So to be clear, I don't think no.
This causes a larger wealth disparity.
I can imagine it causing a larger wealth disparity. That's not what I'm getting at here. I'm just saying if
But
people
that's what
have
I'm getting at. That's the point I
50%
fucking
of
made.
energy
These things-
production is gone. So one, this would limit the ability of firms to even like hire people or pay their workers or to do new investments, right? I'm not going to open a new branch in my business when I have to pay a lot more for oil because a lot of production is gone because it's just not worth it anymore. Number two, I might just like have to cut back operations like altogether overall because it's just simply too expensive. There's already investments I made, already things I'm doing that are no longer worth it based on that, right? That might include laying off employees.
Sure, it depends on
also,
how much.
People are going to be buying less things. People are going to cut back on the goods that they don't necessarily need. They're going to only buy necessities, and that's going to, because they're spending more on necessities, they're going to have less money left over for other things. So that's going to affect demand as well, and companies are going to have.
Hey. What happened to this? What happened with the supply shock in 2020, 2021?
What I think that absolutely increased unemployment, if that's what you're getting at.
Do you think the rich got richer and the poor got poorer?
I
Probably,
yeah.
They did.
So I don't know. I don't know how much of that specifically was due to the supply shock necessarily. I think some of it was due to the government intervention afterwards as well. But
Fuck.
I don't see good reason why, in terms of the relative like wealth growth, that necessarily it would be. We actually saw wage compression during the pandemic, right? You recognize that?
I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. You've been doing nothing but
in the pandemic. We saw wage compression in that the wages of people in the bottom 10 and 20% grew faster than the wages of people in the top 10%.
I don't know if that's true or not.
That is true. You can look up look up progressive.
I don't honestly care.
But that would directly contradict your point that the rich got richer and the poor got poorer.
I don't honestly care. Well, if you're going to let me finish, I don't honestly care because the rate of inflation that we saw, we had a negative growth in wages during that time.
For who?
For everybody. Everybody that worked for a wage, they were able to buy less with their dollar.
If you can adjust for inflation. In fact, so there's a progressive economist. There's a pretty progressive economist. His name is Aaron Dube. You can look up. He just wrote a post about this. So a Substack post. You can look up Aaron Dube. Substack is like the most recent post about wage compression meets inflation inequality. I think so. There's an interesting paper that is trying to essentially say. It finds that like people at the bottom 10% actually kind of experienced higher inflation than people at like the top 10%.
Okay, I know what you like now. I get who you are now. I get who you are. So
okay, great. But essentially, again, just to be clear, essentially what he does is he looks at the.
Hold on. Chill, dude. Okay. Chill. I know who you are now. If I'm going to ever have a discussion with you again, I'm going to limit it to one specific subject, and we can pull up studies on both sides, and we can look over those studies because that's all you care about. And I am not going to take the time to look up every fucking study you mentioned. I've looked because the few things I've looked at that you have actually mentioned, like the fucking Wikipedia article, you have been absolutely wrong about. So I feel like I have to look all of this shit. I feel like I have to look all of this. I feel like I have to look all of this shit up because you're just saying, trust me, bro. And I'm not willing to do that.
Just to be, it doesn't even, I'm control effing inequality here. There's nothing, unless, if there's something I haven't expanded, I don't even see that there. I'm on the Arab Spring Wikipedia page. And also it says...
That's because you have to read. That's because you have to read the goddamn
It says,
thing.
caused by 2000's energy crisis, authoritarianism, absolute monarchy, demographic factors, inflation, kleptocracy, political corruption, poverty, sectarianism, unemployment, and the self-immolation of Mohammed... that's... I understand that to mean a system where there's a lot of corruption, where people are acting for their own gain, where they're like stealing. That's what I understand.
Of for and by the money too.
I don't think that's so. I'm on Wikipedia for that right now. Is a form of government in which those in power use their position to steal or exploit national resources for personal gain.
This is stupid. Now you're just looking up something else. Now you're just going back to something else.
I clicked on the page for the thing you wanted me to define.
If I'm going to have a discussion with you in the future, I'm going to limit it to a very small.
I don't understand how you have a problem with what I just did.
Very small topic, and then we're going to go over the fucking studies, because every study that you've mentioned has been fucking wrong. I don't know
what
how
study
you
that I've mentioned has been wrong.
The one where I asked you if they interviewed it as part of their survey.
First of all, that's not a study. That's not a study, and that also wasn't wrong. I still don't. I have to. It's a big data set. I'd have to go through. It would take a bit. I have to go through and find the.
If people are answering a survey, what's that for?
A survey?
Yeah, if somebody's answering a survey, what's it for?
What? It could be for for a variety of things.
Could it possibly be for a study?
It could be
what do you do with data?
Study. It's not necessarily
for a study. Data? Do you use data to create studies?
Sometimes, yeah.
Do you use data to create studies?
Sometimes, yes.
Tell me a study that doesn't use data. I'll wait.
Okay, so there's a study that I read recently on about the dominant currency and how that affects the optimal rate of inflation for countries. So this is a study that is making a model that's not using empirical real world data. It's just making a model of the macroeconomy and explaining how having the status of being the dominant currency will affect the country's optimal inflation rate and affect the country's optimal tariff rate.
Did any of that use data?
And Mojo,
it's a model. It's a theoretical model.
Yeah.
I'm going to have to restart my phone. I don't know why I'm spamming. I'm not typing anything in the comments, but I'm spamming. So I'm just going to restart my phone. I'll be back.
Okay, great. But just for the audience, I guess two things are true. One, studies don't necessarily have to use data in the sense that you can make a study that I just mentioned that's a theoretical model, right? Saying this is a mathematical model of how the economy, I believe, works, and you can have evidence for it, and you can your evidence for it can include real world data, or you can calibrate it to real world data. You can say, this is my model, I'm going to plug real data into it and see what the result is, right? But you don't necessarily have to have a study that uses real data. Number two, data doesn't have to be for the purpose of a study. A lot of organizations just collect data for the benefit of either their central bank or for the benefit of just public knowledge in general. We have a whole institution, the Bureau of Labor Statistics in this country, that collects data. The BLS doesn't itself produce many studies, but it does a lot of surveys that a bunch of other people use in studies and that the Federal Reserve uses for its measures of job growth and inflation, et cetera, et cetera. So, yeah.
Yeah, and civics gotten the press, please. Yeah, it was really weird. Civics, his comments were just doubling over on each.
True.
I mean, Nonfon. I think
You're breaking up, CS.
I think Jesus Christ. Sorry, 1 second. Okay, I just switched my my Wi-Fi over. Nonfun, I think that you've been a good panelist, so appreciate you. Appreciate that you guys don't talk over each other. I don't think that that's happening. The only thing that I'm here to do is mod, so
yeah, sorry, I didn't bring the mod up in the first place because I didn't figure we would need a mod, and I probably don't need a mod, but anyway, CS, this is Nonfon. Nonfon, this is CS. CS is my mod, or my main mod. She's generally here every day when I run panels. So,
what's up?
Just thought I'd introduce you.
Also Nonfun, you can tell Mojo, get fucked.
True.
Get fucked. That you just said that.
What was that
get
for?
Fucked. Yeah, civics. The spams are gone. It was weird. It was
no idea why there were spams.
I know. But it was strange. Anyways, I really did want to hear Nonfun's arguments. So carry on, and Mojo, get fucked.
True. I don't know where he left off. Something about inequality and stuff of that nature.
Yeah, you can start with get fucked.
I won't tell him that yet. We'll see how angry I am. Yeah.
You can tell me that. I'm okay. I growl a lot, but I'm generally
He's
speaking a
unmoddable.
pretty nice guy.
True. Wait, can I just go over?
And
I
you
remember
can-
this. Like I just want to go over, at least try to get you to understand my theory of mind for why I'm saying like I'm indifferent on the Bolivia thing. So the Bolivia, right? So I want to be clear. My opinion is that structural adjustment programs from the IMF and such in general, their overall effect is positive. That's my opinion based on the evidence I've seen. So that's my general opinion. I am indifferent on the specific effects of privatizing Bolivia's water industry because, one, I don't know much about it. Two, I think when it comes to the privatization of utilities, I've seen conflicting evidence on that, and I don't view one side of the debate or one study as particularly like much better than the others. So you can find, for example, the study I mentioned earlier about Colorado's water and it reducing like safe water act violations or the Clean Water Drinking Act violations, I think it is. And but you can also find other studies, for example, of like the privatization of like garbage collection in Canada and find that it has bad effects and such. So like I just don't have a strong position on that particular narrow issue.
Can I let Pallet talk to you about the TVA?
The TBA?
Tennessee Valley. What is it?
Authority. Authority.
Yeah, Tennessee Valley. Tennessee Valley.
Sure, but I just want. Do you understand at least even if you don't agree with me, like my theory of mind for why I'm saying I'm indifferent there?
Oh no, I'm not going to give you a yes or no on that.
Okay.
He doesn't have a strong feeling. He doesn't have a strong one way or another.
I mean, I think
someone is
it's
echoing. I don't know who it is.
It's me. I think it's insanely unethical to have like private ownership of a natural monopoly and or like water sources or electricity. Like and I think everybody here would agree that electricity is a like common commodity enough to where like we believe that everyone should have it. But the not like whether or not that you think that it causes one thing or another, like would you think that it's ethical for a private organization to own a natural monopoly?
Yeah, I think it's entirely dependent on the outcomes. If it has good outcomes, I think it's probably moral. If it has bad outcomes, I think it's probably immoral. I don't see why it wouldn't be intrinsically wrong for someone to own that if it had good outcomes. If it was the case that electricity was better provided overall under a private owner, even if you don't think that's the case, like let's just say hypothetically that was the case, then I would think that if you valued people having access to electricity, you would want that to happen. I think it's dependent on the outcome.
Well, I mean, by that logic, would you say that it's ethical for like a lord to have serfs if he's good to his serfs?
Well, not necessarily. So when you say he is good to his serfs, that doesn't imply that it's either the best possible option for the serfs or that the serfs would not be at least better off doing something else, even if what they would otherwise be doing is also not the best possible option. So I think probably that would still be immoral because
that's the same point that I'm making about. That's the same point that I'm making about like natural monopolies and utilities. Just because like you say that a private organization has a better outcome than, let's say, some sort of like municipally owned utility, that it wouldn't necessarily mean that it's the correct choice, right?
Okay. So I don't know if you understand what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, I think whether or not, I don't think it's intrinsically immoral one way or the other to do to even own a serf or to do these things. I think they're moral or immoral in virtue of their outcomes. So the reason why I think it's generally immoral to have serfs or whatever is because that does not lead to good outcomes, right? I think that people tend to suffer. They tend to not live good lives. They tend to not have their rights protected when they are a serf. And that is why it's generally bad. I could imagine a hypothetical possible world where it would be really good to be a serf. And in that case, maybe it would be good, right? But like certainly, like let's just say, like if there was an alien invasion And the only possible way to stop the aliens, for whatever reason, was to have people be serfs and to produce the weapons that we need to stop the alien invasion. Like that would, like, it would probably be good to do that, right?
No,
No,
I mean not in my.
you would let the Earth die. Like you let, like, let's say everyone is going to be tortured by the aliens if we didn't produce the weapons to stop them. And would you say that we shouldn't have serfs to produce the weapons to stop them? Like,
Well, I mean, I think that like when you're saying a lord and serfs, like that implies like the divine right of a king. Would you agree?
I'm not certain it implies a divine right necessarily. I think it implies. I think historically that's how it's often been, but I don't think that's a necessary component of it. I'm not sure. I'm not sure I would say that. But even if it did, then.
But I mean, with that specific dichotomy that you've given me, though, is there not a third option, or does it have to be?
The point of the hypothetical is that the point of hypothetical is there's only those two options.
You got to let him finish his statement.
So then, like, I don't understand why you're giving me this hypothetical, though.
Because I think
Why?
I'm just.
Why? Stop.
Why? I'm just saying that, like, I don't think the private ownership of a natural monopoly is ethical. But, like, you're saying, like, you're giving me a hypothetical where it's like, well, what if that was the only thing that would stop, like, and I'm going to bring it back to water. Like, let's say that having it privately owned would stop massive disinfection byproducts from being put back into the water source. Like, why is that the case? Like, why does it have to be owned by someone or a corporation?
So the reason I'm doing this is because you said it is like intrinsically wrong for someone to own this or whatever. I'm providing a counterexample that I think points to what you probably actually care about is sort of the outcomes of whether or not this, whether or not it being privately owned or publicly owned leads to good outcomes. So that's what I think you probably implicitly actually care about. And you're sort of misusing the word intrinsic here because there's obviously at least sufficient gains to welfare that would justify having serfs or justify having private ownership of certain things. So even if you take the view that like maybe certain things are not sufficient for you to justify, you know, sort of having private ownership of these or whatever, certainly there's a point at which it would be justified. And I think that is evidence of it not being like intrinsically wrong, or at the very least it has to be moderated to like there are clearly sufficient welfare considerations that could outweigh this wrong or whatever.
But I mean, like, on average, and I'm going to use like a cost example too, which I don't even like talk about specifically, but like you were talking about like Clean Water Act violations as well. Can you support the claim that there were actual less Clean Water Act violations versus there were less caught Clean Water Act violations? Also, for municipally owned utilities versus privately owned utilities, on average, which are cheaper?
I mean, for the end consumer, it wouldn't surprise me if the publicly owned ones were cheaper. I'm not certain of that, but that wouldn't surprise me. I would guess that's where you're insinuating. But I mean, so every, like, no statistical measure is literally going to be perfect, but like I would expect if there was a flaw in the measuring of the Clean Water Safety Act violations, that flaw would exist both for when it happened when the water company was privatized and when it was publicly owned, right? So I wouldn't expect that to systemically bias it in either direction, I guess.
No, I mean, like, municipal, like, and this is in accordance with federal law, not in accordance with local statutes or whatever. Municipally owned utilities have to report back to the community on like where money is being spent. Private organizations don't have to do that. Also, the like municipal utilities, specifically like that we were talking about water, have to report to the community their chemistry levels. Private organizations do not have to do that. So that's like where I'm talking about, like, is it, when it comes to like when you're talking about these studies for privately owned utilities, do they actually have less Clean Water Act violations, or do they just not get caught as much?
Like I said, they're using the same measure for both. So if there was a flaw in the measurement, it wouldn't bias it in either direction.
How would it not bias it?
Because I understand it, they're collecting the same data from doing the same tests. That's just like routinely done.
What do you mean by that though?
Water
Like,
quality
if
data
you're
comes from
saying
two sources,
there are
the
less
EPA, SDWIS, and each individual state's Environmental Protection Agency or equivalent agency. From the SDWIS, I take records of all SDWA violations committed by any water system in the sample between 1996 and 2023. The SWIS maintains records of violation type, date of violation, the date the violation was first reported, and if and when the system returned to compliance, and details regarding the contaminant and or rule that was violated. Like, that's the data they're using. I don't see why.
Yeah, you're pointing out exactly what I'm saying. Like, so these are caught violations, correct?
Yeah, but if they're like, let's say
These are violations that are caught by the EPA or by fucking TDEC or
Yes.
CDEC or like whatever.
but why would it? It's not going to bias it in one direction. So they're doing the same test, right? This is the same process from the same agency.
It will bias it in
or I
one
guess it's different state
direction if there
agencies.
is only one of these two groups that are required to self-report.
They are both required to do these tests. They both do them.
What tests?
So I'm assuming there's a variety of tests, really, but the EPA, SDWIS, that's how they monitor the violations and the the Safe Water Drinking Act. They probably test for a number of different water quality.
Yeah, what tests
metrics.
are required? What tests are required to be reported to the EPA?
I'm not certain the specifics of the exact tests.
Fluoride disinfection byproducts, copper and iron, and PFAS. Those are the only four. PFAS doesn't even have a secondary detection limit. So they're like PFAS.
Okay, but that's true of all. Regardless, that's true of all the samples, though. So it's not going to bias it in one direction or another again.
It does bias it when, like, you have a different stand. They are not required in the same frequency.
What's your evidence for that?
The EPA and state level reporting standards.
And you know those?
Like what I just brought up a minute ago. So a municipal,
Wait,
like
didn't you
a
say there were
municipally
only
owned
4 contaminants?
4 that are required to be reported to the EPA.
I mean, I don't know. Maybe they're not required to be reported to the EPA, but it seems like there's more contaminants that they're measuring in these tests than you suggested.
Boy, the audience does not like these kinds of discussions. That's kind of crazy. We went
Yeah,
from like
I know.
100
Everybody hates water, but it's going to be fine.
No.
In 100 years,
Pallet,
everybody's going to be making $10 million a fucking second.
Pallet,
That the rivers are
Pallet.
going to be on fire, and everybody's going to have fucking gold. But what? Go ahead.
It's not about water. It's about the economics that we're talking about. When we started the whole thing, there was like 120 or 130 people in here. Now there's 40. So I'm just saying that it's the economics discussion that's causing that. I wasn't talking about the water, to be clear.
What's also probably the inability to take a position on something.
Do you think I have an
probably also
inability
that
to take a
it's
position on
sudden.
something?
Yeah.
I clearly have the ability to take positions on many things. I've taken many positions on many things throughout the debate, right? I even said my overall belief is that the structural adjustment programs are net good. That is what the evidence I've seen has suggested. But with regards to one particular privatization of the water plant in Bolivia, I am just not certain about that because I've seen conflicting evidence, even on specifically water privatization, water utility privatization.
So again, I guess from
don't own mountains any more than the deep ocean bed. Mojo, next time that we do this, like, please let me know if this is going to be a debate. I was under like the assertion that this was just going to be like a conversation or whatever. Like, I didn't know that this was going to be like some debate lordy shit.
True.
Well, that's why I said if we're going to do this again, I have no problem doing this again, any day of the week or whatever. I think it's been a good discussion so far. I just would like to stick to like one little topic so that we can actually go over the figures and the studies and stuff like that, because obviously we weren't doing that today. And you brought up a whole lot of stuff that I'm just not going to take the time to go through right now.
Do you think there's like a discrepancy in the quality of evidence that we're presenting? Because I feel like I have presented like, I feel like I've done a decent job of kind of explaining oftentimes the mechanisms by which I think things happen, like in the mechanisms by which I could see different effects competing with each other and which one dominates. And two, I think I've done a decent job at giving you evidence that is what I would say is like causal identification, where they try to isolate as many things as possible. And they try to.
You've done a terrible job, but I wouldn't know because I didn't actually look the shit up you were saying.
Yeah.
Okay.
Destiny would be proud, dude.
True.
You're doing great.
Wow. Great. But like, I feel like I've done a decent job at that. And it feels like most of the stuff you guys have given me is just pure anecdotes
because we were just going to have a discussion. That's why there was three of us. We weren't really looking to have a debate.
But you clearly have some
here to try and win something.
You clearly have some view
of
these things.
The things that I told you about structural adjustment programs, the privatization of water in Bolivia, how structural adjustment programs were handed out and all that. I know all this shit. I don't need to look it up. Right?
Okay,
which is why I asked from the very beginning, just stop, for the love of God. Why I asked you when we got to the crossroads of like, since you don't know about the privatization of water in Bolivia, do you think it was good or bad for the people of Bolivia? And you couldn't give me an answer. It was a simple hypothesis so that we could go through it and I can show you the evidence of what happened from the day before they privatized water and then once it happened and it was in the hands of a private company, what that meant for the people. And you were just like, I'm not going to take a position on it because I don't know enough about it. I'm asking you what your guess is, if you know what a hypothesis is, and you couldn't do that.
I'm like, so I would say my credence in the proposition of it being net bad would be like maybe 51%, just because based on what you said, I assume there's some truth to that.
Sure.
Okay, great. Sure. But you understand. So
I'm pushing back on your claim that we came here with nothing. I talked about structural adjustment programs. I talked about the privatization of water. I talked about the fucking Gini coefficient because you guys were going on about wealth inequality. And if you're going to have a discussion about wealth inequality and not talk about the Gini coefficient, that's kind of a moot point, is it not?
Bro, no, there are many things that you can understand about wealth inequality and not have a Gini coefficient.
Tell me again and the audience what the Gini coefficient measures.
It's a measure of inequality.
Of?
Where zero.
Okay, of what, sorry? It's a measure of what?
Inequality.
Inequality. Cool. What was the discussion about?
The effects of inequality on given things.
Okay, then tell me why the fuck that's a bad measurement.
It's not necessarily a bad measurement.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Oh, Jesus Christ. What do you, I'm so confused. Do you think I can talk about the effects of inflation on a given thing without referring specifically?
You know what? I'd like for you to say, take your Philbro hat off for a second and be like, you know what? I didn't even know about that, and I wasn't aware of that, and I should have probably brought that up.
Do you honestly believe you think I didn't know about the Gini coefficient?
Then why didn't you bring it up if we're having a discussion about wealth inequality?
Because it wasn't.
Why would you not bring up the mechanism that measures wealth inequality in a discussion about wealth inequality?
First of all, there are a number of different ways to measure wealth and income inequality. The Gini coefficient is not the only way, right? But regardless of that, I can talk about.
Nonfon, what are some other ways they measure it?
So, for example, the share of national income going to the top 10%. there are a number of different ways economists measure it. You can measure it by the share of income going to the top 1%, or share of income going to the top, 10%, 1%, whatever. You can measure the share of wealth held by the top percentile of income or whatever. You can look at post-tax or after-tax for all these different measures. Yeah.
I don't know where Pallet went.
But a Gini coefficient is a common way to measure it. That's true. I never disagreed with that, but that's not the only way. So what I think I maybe disagree with this. I think I can talk about the effect of inflation on given things without referring specifically to CPI or specifically to PCE. If I were talking, because I'm just talking conceptually about how I view, how inflation might affect certain things, but I don't think I have to, in many cases, refer specifically to PCE or CPI to speak of that.
Going off fields. Sorry.
No, go ahead.
I just wanted to say, going off fields. Going off of fields, do you feel like our system would be better if we had a system-wide coverage of food and shelter?
It kind of just depends what you mean. I think that we should have cash transfers to people and probably some in-kind benefits as well. But I'm not certain. I don't think the government should be like.
I didn't ask you how it would be given out. I asked if everybody had a home and everybody was food secure. Would we be a better country? Would we have a better economy? Would we have a
but that's just trivial, right? Obviously, all else equal, if that was the case, then yeah,
food
we'd
and
be better.
Shelter is trivial.
It is trivially true that it given like just all else equal, people having homes and food, like we're going to be better. Yeah, that's what I mean by it's trivial.
Would you feel the same about access to healthcare?
So, if the hypothetical is just all else equal, the world would be better if everyone had healthcare. I would agree with that.
Yeah. Okay. See, I think we could go through I don't have to go through the rest of them, but I think we could go through all basic needs that human beings
you understand,
need. I think you probably agree with them.
This is not all else equal, though, right?
My point is, my point is that if we can move to a system where everybody's happier and everybody has all their basic needs met, I think we can agree that it would be a better system.
Well, that doesn't follow because you would just to be clear, you would agree that if we met everyone's food needs by enslaving every single black person and having them produce food, that would be bad, right?
No, it wouldn't, because black people are still people.
What?
Yeah.
In your example, you said if we fed everybody, but in order to feed everybody, it would require the enslavement of black people. Are black people not people?
Black people are indeed people.
Food for slavery.
Yeah. No, that would not be good.
Yeah,
I would say it wouldn't be good either.
You clearly recognize that there's a need to understand the trade-offs involved in the mechanism by which we're achieving these goals, because some ways we could achieve the goals would be bad, some ways we could achieve the goals would be good, and different ways to achieve them are going to have different trade-offs. So I think
the goals themselves are always good.
Always is a weird word, but
why is it
kind
a
of
weird
just
word?
Because technically I don't think it's intrinsically important that people have food. I think it's intrinsically important that sentient creatures have positive experiences in food.
Craziest statement ever. You wait, I'm sorry. You can't have a good faith argument if you actually fucking believe that.
Oh my God. Okay. So food is important in my view because having food makes sentient creatures happier and live longer, right? That's why food's important in my view. It's not important in and of itself. If there was a hypothetical world, it is logically possible, yeah.
You can survive without food?
No, but it's logically possible.
How is it logically possible to survive without food?
What does that mean?
Because there's no contradiction entailed by me surviving without food.
Again, can you just turn your computer screen off and take your Philbro hat off? Can people survive without food?
No.
Okay. So you want to circle back to the beginning?
I mean, there are people I believe who don't eat solid food. They rely on feeding tube and such, but cool. I get your point.
Can people survive without food? It's pretty simple.
I would say generally no, but technically there are probably things that we don't consider food that people live off of.
Oh my god.
Yes. So
I don't think people. There are people in comas who have feeding tubes. I wouldn't really call that food, but they do live off of that,
you
right?
You were completely bad faith in a fucking discussion.
Yeah, I'm totally
man.
bad faith.
I don't know why anybody talks to you.
Yeah.
True. Wait,
are we
the reason
right now?
the reason I'm talking about the reason I talk about logical possibilities and such is because I think when you're saying something is intrinsically important, kind of the position there is that in all possible worlds this is important, but it's clearly like a possible world in which people don't have to rely on food, right? So like,
no, we absolutely need food to survive.
Okay, do you
there's
agree?
No debating
is there a
and
contradiction?
I'm not talking about all worlds. I'm not talking about all worlds. I'm talking about the world we fucking live on, in the country that we live in, and the economy that we have in this country.
In my view, it's weird to say something is intrinsically important if it's fact dependent. Like if
I didn't
it's
say intrinsically. You're the dumb shit
yes,
that said that.
I said I don't.
No, I didn't say intrinsically.
I said I don't believe food is like intrinsically important. You said that's crazy. That's unbelievable. Yeah. You're so bad faith.
Yeah, that's fucking ridiculous. What
okay, do you think that implies the view that you disagree with that claim?
Yes, I disagree with the claim that it's not intrinsically important.
Okay,
I absolutely think that you need food to survive, and I don't think you have a society if people don't survive.
So, because you disagree with that, what I'm trying to do is understand and critique this view, right? So I'm saying, when you say something is intrinsically important,
why are you trying to critique this view? There were simple questions.
Because you're disagreeing with me, and you're saying I'm crazy for disagreeing with you.
All of them are yes. All of them are yes. All of the answers are yes, and you already gave all the yes answers. So if we agree that these things are good, then we should probably figure out a way to get there, causing the least amount of harm. I would think.
Kind of, yeah. Would you say causing the least amount of harm, right? Like I care about whether it's a net good, right? So I don't care about these goals in and of themselves. Again, I care about the overall well-being of sentient creatures.
It has nothing to do with that. I'm just saying we do cause the least amount of harm. So in other words, it would actually be easier to feed everybody on the planet if nobody ate meat. It would be much easier.
True. Real.
So I would say causing the least amount of harm also includes not killing animals for food. So and it would make it an easier proposition as well. So I think we should probably move in that direction anyway. So when I say causing the least amount of harm, that's what I'm talking about.
Okay, just the framing of some of this stuff. So when you say like you agree this goal is good, and therefore we should try to get to the goal of causing the least amount of harm. What I care about at the end of the day is the net benefit to like sentient creatures. So there are like. If it was the case that this goal is always going to cause net harm, at least in the world we exist in now, I would not be in favor of doing that, even if in a perfect ideal world, all else equal, achieving the goal would be good, right? Like,
I don't.
This makes me want to throw my screen at the wall.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, dude. I don't like Philbro shit. It's fine. If we want to have a
this is like not that
about
crazy Philbro stuff, but
it is because I asked you simple questions and you gave me the most fucking runaround goddamn answer. When it's
like what?
It's pretty binary, the questions that I've been asking you, and you have found a way to Philbro your way out of the fucking answer. So since we're gonna go with that and be like,
wait,
you know
but
what?
I feel like I've directly answered your questions.
I think we're in the Matrix, and you're probably closer to being unplugged than the two of us. So kudos to you for that.
Wait,
Mojo, I gotta run. I have a sleep study that I have to go do.
Okay, great.
But yeah, good luck with your Philbro shit, man, dude. If you want to have a serious discussion next time, and maybe on a topic, I'm more than willing to have that conversation with you. But if you're looking for Philbro gotchas, I'm not interested.
This is not a Philbro gotcha. You guys are like the ones trying to gotcha me and stuff, and I'm just explaining my position.
Yeah, I think Civics and Paladin and I are going to start doing this again every Saturday, if I'm not mistaken. We might do it on Sundays, but I'm not sure. I'll have to talk to them both to see how we're going to do it. We're going to do this every Saturday night or every Sunday night, I think. So we're going to talk about socialism versus capitalism. We're going to have probably a short discussion ahead of time on a topic that we choose. And then after that, we're going to bring people up to talk to us about the problems that they see with the discussion we had, and possibly just talk about capitalism versus socialism as well. So this is something I want to do on a weekly basis. I did this throughout the summer last year into the holidays. And then we kind of quit doing it at the holidays, but.
Yeah, Saturday nights became too social for me.
Yeah. He'd come in and he would be 2 sheets to the wind.
Yeah. Anyway,
Yeah.
I do have to run now. I have a sleep study.
All right, that's cool.
We'll
You're
talk
more
later.
than
Yes.
welcome, Nonfon. You seem like, so I don't know. Typically, we'd, like Mojo said, we'd have a topic, and I know Mojo Raz is really interested. He's like, I need to talk to like actual socialists and not like, I don't know, trying to get some kind of textbook answer out of it. And that's the other problem that I have with other people
Raz.
sometimes when they wanted. Yeah, he's just generally interested, and he's like, I think I'm more sock them. I just need to figure it out. And I was like, just come and listen to our topics and make your own decision.
That's
Hey, Major.
yeah, and
So
non-fun. I actually like you a lot. I think you're a cool guy. I apologize for going off of you a couple times. That's just who I am. So I hope you can understand that. And you are welcome back on the panel anytime you want, any time of day, anytime I'm up. You are welcome on the panel.
Yippee. Hell yeah.
Mojo, I was painting the bathroom, just cursing at the screen, bud.
Go for it. I'm interested in this, but yeah, I do have to go.
So,
I'll see you guys
so
later.
the main thing that like got me, and I mean, there was a mismatch in like debate versus conversation, right? Overall, I enjoyed it. It was really good. But let's see, what is it? Nonfon, and I think you and Civics were going back and forth on like medium income benchmarks, like USA versus other developed nations, primarily. I'm guessing Scandinavian is where I heard Luxembourg, a couple others.
Mhm.
But someone, I'm not sure if it was you or Civics, kind of came across something very important, and that's the normalization of the median incomes across those countries due to our healthcare systems, right? And so when we look at the median income across us and our other economic peers, right? What we see is without a normalized, we have a higher median income per citizen, right? But then when you normalize for healthcare cost, the measure changes quite a bit. We're still usually incrementally ahead of those countries. But when you think about what is disposable income, some other good measures that come to mind are like savings rates. And when we spend our disposable time, our disposable income is on our time off. So when you compare the average U.S. work week being about 11 weeks on average more than like Scandinavian countries in our economic peer group, and the fact that they save 22% of their income versus our like average 3 to 5%. Then you understand like the disposable income on their end is much higher because they have a lot more time off work to actually spend their disposable income, and they're still taking home and banking a quarter of it at the end of the day.
Okay.
So when you normalize for it, our economic peers median income blows ours out of the water.
So I'm not sure what figure you're referring to when you say normalize for healthcare spending or whatever. So the figures are adjusted for purchasing power parity, which adjusts for, as best as we can, the price differences between countries because things cost different amounts in different countries, right? So, and healthcare is included as a component of that adjustment, and healthcare is included as a component of income, both the public benefits that people receive from the government in European countries and to some extent in America, and the private insurance that Americans get from their employers because that is the type of income that they receive. As far as I'm aware, those are included in the measure of income, and the price of healthcare across countries is adjusted for with PPP. That seems totally fair to me. With regards to the, I'm not familiar with the savings rate.
So you're mixing terms here.
Okay.
You're mixing terms. So when you say median, yes, and when you say median PPP, that does a fairly good job of normalizing for like a universal healthcare versus, the system we have. But when you're saying disposable income, that measure in the U.S. is before cost of healthcare. So, and then I mean, if you just look at the top level,
yeah, but it's before cost of healthcare in European countries too, is it not?
Disposable income, no.
Healthcare is included in the taxes that you pay. It's something that
But it's included as part of the income that they get from benefits as well.
No, it's just included in something given by the government. So it would not be included in disposable income at all. It doesn't come from the workplace. It's not added to a paycheck or deducted from a paycheck. It's just something that is.
Income includes wages and salaries, mixed income from pensions and other social benefits. Social transfers include health or education provided for free or at reduced prices by governments and nonprofit institutions. I believe this is including health insurance in that.
It's not. But you're missing the crux of the argument. When we look at the average weeks worked per year on average for like the U.S. citizen, it's about 11 weeks more than their Scandinavian like peers, right? So when we look at these two economic systems, we look at the one leaning more towards socialism that has better outcomes for the citizens, because not only do they have 11 more weeks of leisure versus work time, they're also banking 22% of their disposable income, and our saving rates are much higher, which regardless of the PPP or the way you're reading these definitions, you could logically conclude that their purchasing power is higher or they're much less consumeristic, right?
So I
China
think,
also has a higher PPP. Just saying.
but a higher, what do you mean a higher PPP?
They have a higher GDP, PPP.
Yeah,
Per capita? I don't believe that's true.
They do.
I said China. Look it up.
China, GDP.
US has a higher GDP,
Are you saying
but
per capita it's higher in China?
PPP, GDP, PPP.
Per capita, to be clear. Are you measuring per capita?
No,
It might
not
be,
per capita. PPP.
Okay. It's not that surprising to me that they would have higher. Okay, but you understand you can have per capita and PPP at the same time. Those aren't those. What?
So look up both. What do you see? I
So-
know that they have a higher GDP,
Oh, yeah,
PPP
GDP per
than
capita,
us.
PPP, current international dollars, China, they're at 27,000. I believe
Yeah.
we are higher than that.
Yeah, we should be. Much lower population.
GDP per capita, current international dollars, United States, 85,000.
Yep.
So we have a higher GDP per capita adjusted for purchasing power parity than China does. China might have a higher GDP overall, but they have a way bigger population.
No, their purchasing power is higher.
It'd be the other way around.
But I don't understand what you mean by that.
They
Never
can
mind.
purchase more because their cost of living is lower.
Yeah, but their incomes are also lower. What?
Why are we pivoting over onto China? Are
I'm
they
gonna
our
make up
economic
China.
peer?
Brought it up.
Or I think yeah,
I just love China, and I knew that their PPE was higher, so I just wanted to put that in there.
but it's not.
I'm
So I
talking
just
about
looked it
our
up, it's not.
economic peers, which I don't think China's in that group.
I'm looking at World Bank right now. Data.worldbank.org. GDP per capita, PPP, current international dollars, United States. For 2024, the United States is at 85,000. The same metric for China in 2024 is 27,000.
Okay. So again, they're not in our economic peer group. When we compare ourselves to our economic peers, the ones with a more socialistic government than ours, their citizens are better off.
I don't wanna, that,
Wait, so
Red Apple
wait,
was
I just want
included
to. I talk about China because you guys brought up China first, right? And I think you were just kind of wrong about it.
messy.
But with regards to my understanding is so working hours are less in Europe. I understand that to be true. I think that's because Europe has more labor market regulations, and I also think it's because Europe has also lower returns to work. So I don't. It's probably not the biggest driver. I don't know if there's good evidence on what the biggest driver is, but people, if you're paid less, you're probably gonna work less, right? If there's lower returns to work, presumably you are gonna work less. So that's probably part of the reason why Europe working hours are lower. But I think those labor market policies Europe has they have real trade-offs in terms of the amount of innovation Europe does, in terms of the amount of growth that Europe has. I think those have real trade-offs associated with them.
So what do you get when you take the GDP per capita of the U.S. divided by the average work weeks compared to, I don't know, Norway or something, Iceland, any of the Scandinavian countries?
As I
do you see there?
understand it, GDP per capita per hour worked is higher in some European countries, in the Scandinavian countries, but because they have lower working hours, they are hitting less diminishing returns. So as you work more and more and more, the return, you're like the amount of output you produce each additional hour probably gets less and less and less, called diminishing returns. This is how most things work. So if you work fewer hours on average, like your GDP per capita per hour worked might be higher, but if you worked an equivalent amount as America does, then you probably would not, America would probably be higher. Like our productivity growth is way higher, right? Like,
Yeah, well, it doesn't matter. It doesn't go to the majority of the people.
You don't think that
We
productivity
saw a
growth
split
has,
off
like,
of productivity from median wages back in the 70s, brother.
that's not true. So
Yes,
that
it is.
chart, no, it's not. So that chart
It
makes
is.
a number of errors. Number one, they use two different deflators. At least in the worst version of the chart, they use two different deflators. They use GDP deflator for productivity, but they use CPI for workers' wages. Number two, in the worst version of the chart, at least, I don't. The measure for workers' wages, I don't believe, includes things like non-wage benefits like 401k contributions and health insurance. But the biggest error they make, the biggest thing,
What is the
is that
federal
they-
minimum wage? What is the federal minimum
Okay, so
wage?
just real quick. So the biggest error they make is they're comparing the productivity of all workers to the compensation of production and non-supervisory employees. So all workers' productivity is compared to a subset of workers' pay. That's not really fair, because obviously if you have two different groups of people, one of them is way more productive than the other, it's perfectly like expected for one of them to be paid a lot more than the other. If you compare everyone's productivity to just a subset of people's pay, it makes sense why you see that gap. But if you make all the proper adjustments to account for those things I just mentioned, it is not the case that pay deviated from productivity.
Are you making the argument that the median pay or average income in America isn't strongly correlated to that measure of workers' wages, that group? Sounds to me like you're purporting that. Sounds to me like you're saying that that's an improper measurement of like wages because that's not representative of the average American. Are you saying that the median wages of what was the group you called out?
Production and
The lowest
non-supervisory
paid?
employees.
Production and non-supervisory, would you say that's not the majority of people working in the industry where we've seen AI and automation
I'm not certain.
productivity up?
I'm not certain if it's the majority or not. I don't believe it is, but it could be. So, but I don't believe it is.
You think there's more supervisory positions?
The important. Well, I think I don't know the exact classification, so I don't know for certain. But I think
You
when
just
it
said
says
the graph
production
was
and
bombed.
non-supervisory. So the issue with the graph, which it doesn't matter whether or not this is a majority of people or not, for the issue with the graph to stand, right? So the issue with the graph is that if the claim is productivity split from pay or whatever, that's not really fair to say based on the graph, because they're comparing all workers' productivity versus a subset of workers' pay. So even if the majority of workers are in that subset, it could be the case, like this is not the case to be clear, but it could be the case that only the top 10% of people saw any productivity increase and the bottom 90% of people saw no productivity increase. In that world, you would expect, if people were compensated based on their productivity, for the bottom 90% of people to not have a meaningful pay raise, right? But the top 10% of people would see a big pay raise. So in that world, pay would not have been split from productivity if you looked at all workers' productivity and all workers' wages.
So certainly you've recreated the graph, and you can prove that the graph's bunk based on.
I haven't personally recreated it, but there are a number of people who have. For example, I believe the AEI has a version of their graph that's updated.
So that graph's bunk. So we haven't seen like a growing divide of wealth in America, or what's
Okay,
the driver of
these
that?
two
If
things
you
don't-
think there is one.
These two things don't follow from each other. You can have that gap or not have that gap and still have an increase or decrease in
So
wealth inequality.
decoupling of productivity from wages back in the 70s is a complete farce and not a driver at all.
I don't, not, okay. I don't believe the claim that wages have decoupled from productivity is true. What I think is true is that some workers have seen larger productivity increases than others, and therefore some workers have seen larger pay raises than others, right? So I believe it is the case that a contributing factor to increase income and wealth inequality is the fact that some workers have seen faster and faster productivity increases compared to workers that haven't. And that also differs by region, right? Like rural America has not really seen significant productivity increases, but a few like superstar cities, LA, San Francisco, New York, have seen bigger and bigger productivity increases. And that is also a driver of increased wealth and income inequality. So I believe that's true, but I don't believe the claim that productivity and wages have like split is true.
So your focus on that graph, and the graph, let me give you a little background. It focuses on factory workers, right? And the reason they focus on production line people is it's examining the effects of automation.
No.
on wages. Yeah, that's exactly what it is.
Okay, maybe so. I'll be good
So
faith
let me ask you a follow-up question.
and pretend that was the point of the graph. Okay, you at the very least, you did not present the graph to me in that way at all. That was not the way. You did not present the graph to me and say, "Hey, Nonfon, this graph demonstrates the effect of automation." You said, "Nonfon, this graph shows that workers are doing poor and capitalism is bad." Like,
well, I mean, if you know so much about the graph, right, that you've debunked it or allowed AI to debunk it for you. I mean, that's the whole premise of the graph. I don't think it's my burden to bring to the conversation that's what it's for. But I mean, when you're saying like productivity, and that graph is not representative because it's not examining like supervisory, the total wage group. It's examining a subset of the wage group that's most directly impacted. I mean, you're surmising that automation has led to an increase in productivity on supervisory level, and disproportionately so, to make that graph come out, right?
I mean, depending on what you mean by automation, I don't think necessarily it has to be automation, but I think I don't think what I'm saying is complicated. I think, yes, there has been a split in how fast the productivity of different groups is growing. I don't even think there's necessarily been a split. I think it is the case that it compounds over time, and probably the top 10-20% of people have experienced faster and faster productivity growth compared to the bottom 30% or whatever. But so I think like that is. I agree that people who are rich have seen faster productivity growth than people who are poor. I don't think it's fair to conclude from that wages have been split from productivity. That's what I'm saying.
So when I look at median wages over the past, 50 years, what I'm saying is mostly stagnant wages for the bottom 90%. Would you argue 90%. That automation has increased productivity or decreased it or remained the same?
I think automation has increased productivity. I think the median income has grown over the past 50 years. And I don't know exactly what you're looking at, but I imagine the errors that they're making are, one, using CPI, which I think is overly high inflation measurement, especially for the type of measurement you're doing over 50 years, considering the changes that have been done to CPI. Two, they're looking only at wages and not increased non-wage benefits like employer contributions, 401ks, and employer contributions to health insurance. Three, they're probably excluding certain government transfers. So I think for the bottom 20% of people, a lot of growth in their income over the past 50 years has not been market income, but has instead been government transfers. And we can talk about whether that's good or bad or whatever, but certainly they've experienced some type of income growth. It's just that they're more reliant on the government now.
So over the past 50 years, you mentioned non-wage benefits. Do you think they've increased from corporations to employees or decreased?
Increased.
Increase? So do you think the company's share of 401k contribution is more or less of a benefit in non-wage, like levels of non-wage benefits to an employee versus a defined benefit pension plan, which provides the biggest benefit to an employee?
I'm not.
Which
sure.
one would you measure higher? The 3% match of an employer or a defined benefit pension plan?
It probably depends on how generous a defined benefits plan is.
Are you not familiar, like, generally what a defined benefit pension plan is?
I'm broadly familiar.
Which one do you think pays out more in retirement? A defined benefit pension plan or a employer contribution over the same time period at the max rate, matching rate of 3% on average?
Really risk adjusted, I'm not certain. Because as I understand it, part of the reason we've seen a decline in defined benefit plans is because we mandated that companies actually fully fund their defined benefit pension plans. And after that, a lot of companies started doing them less often because they knew they in the future likely actually couldn't do that. So I believe...
Why?
Why what?
Why couldn't they fully fund their defined benefit pension plan?
The same reason anyone could. Just take too many resources away from their company, and their company could be doing worse in the future, and they could have less employees contributing to it.
So the 3% match for the same employee base is less costly to them?
Well, given the mandate,
would have to be, right?
Given the mandate, yeah. But what I'm saying is, so I'm not certain. It wouldn't surprise me that much if defined benefit plans paid out more than average.
Yes,
but
that's true.
As
Defined
I
benefit
understand it,
pension plans cost exceedingly more because
but
they're
hold
more
on.
valuable
But as I understand
to
it,
employees.
as I understand it, the reason we mandated that is because companies kept having problems with not actually being able to pay those out. So if you adjusted the return, if you did a risk-adjusted return where you accounted for the fact that defined benefits plans were more likely to go bankrupt and more likely to not actually pay you out, then I don't actually know necessarily which one would have the higher return.
Well, it's always going to be defined benefit pension plans.
Not if it goes. Wait, hold on. Just to be clear, you agree?
Without
you
a
agree?
doubt. Without
a doubt.
No,
hands down.
literally, logically.
I don't know what
Every
you
major
agree,
economist would
CPA.
agree. Every major economist would agree. This is ridiculous.
Wait, no, you guys 100% agree. If a company go bankrupt and they like literally can't pay out their defined benefits plan, then you're screwed. You don't get anything, right?
Right, but they can pay out their 3%.
Okay, so it's not.
You can logically understand from that defined benefit pension plans are a much higher value in your calculation of median income if you include non-wage benefits. Right?
Repeat that, sorry.
So you understand from this conversation, I hope you do, that defined benefit pension plans would be measured much more as a benefit in the total median earned income if you included non-wage benefits in that measure than a traditional 401k contribution from an employer.
Probably. As long as
yes, not probably. It's hands down. Hands down. Like double or triple the amount. So do you think that could be maybe companies moving away from defined benefit pension plans from the government mandate that they can't give a benefit or promise employee and not make good on it in the future? Do you think them moving away from that increase or decrease median earnings?
I think it depends on what they, it depends because probably workers.
It depends if they defrauded their employees or not. That's your argument?
No, it depends on whether or not they make up for it with increased wages, which they probably do.
No.
Okay. So I think employers care about the total cost of hiring an employee, and therefore they have some incentive to sort of do what, based on what the worker prefers, try to match what the lowest possible option in terms of a mix of wages, a mix of retirement benefits, and a mix of perks or whatever, what that worker's minimum total compensation will be given his preferred basket of compensation, basically. So probably, if once they started switching away from defined benefits, they probably made up for it in increased wages and increased health insurance benefits and other non-wage benefits.
No, health insurance has actually decreased. The coverage of health insurance has decreased and the cost has been shifted to the consumer. So when you say things like they've moved towards a benefits analysis, it's so like higher premiums, things like that. The cost is shifted to the consumer. Your employer has the right to negotiate your premiums down based off of what they're willing to pay. So no, the cost is shifted to the consumer.
Because I think what you mean is the employer has shifted the cost more to the employee over the years. So they used to bear a much higher cost share.
Okay, I'm not certain that's true. I don't know if there's data to back that up, but regardless, do you?
So another thing, I'll give you the cliff notes since you don't know. Go ahead.
Real quick, just to be clear, we probably all agree, right, that employees get like probably a greater share of the workforce today gets health insurance benefits from their employer than they did even 20 years ago before the ACA, right?
Yeah, I
that's because of the ACA. That's because the ACA forced them to do that. So
exactly.
When you add in the Affordable Care Act, that is a governmental system that was put in place to force employers to do that because they weren't originally doing that. And as we speak now, they're consistently, I would say daily, but constantly talking about how they want to repeal the ACA.
Yeah, and I think the ACA is probably a net benefit, but what I'm saying is you understand how then excluding non-wage benefits from measures of income would bias the estimate downward because a lot of stuff has shifted from wages to the now mandated health insurance benefits, right?
Yeah, and you're right. And that's why I compared defined benefit pension plan at 2x, 3x. The benefit to the employee is the 3% that we move to as a society, because that's an example and one of the primary drivers of even when you include non-wage benefits, we see stagnation of wages since the 70s. And all has to do with GSW. Yes, it is. I'll give you the cliff notes since you're not aware. So what we saw in the share productivity, 1940s to 1970s, was the average frontline or production worker got about 70 7%, 73, and I don't remember the exact number, right? And the owners of capital got about a quarter of it, and that's flip-flop since the 70s. So the average production worker has seen an increase of about share of 25%, whereas the CEOs and shareholders have received about 75%. And this all ties back into what would median or average minimum wage be if it kept pace with inflation. If you flip that around and say that the production worker continued to get the 75%, then you would see, the average wage today be about anywhere from $23 to $28. That's how that all ties in together.
Wait, the 75% of what? Sorry, of the share of income?
The increase in productivity.
Increase in productivity. Okay, I'm not really sure what you're basing those numbers off of. So you understand productivity increases can come from different places, and that based on where they come from, that's going to change who's compensated for it, right? So it shouldn't be the case that if capital is responsible for the increase in productivity, that labor is compensated for that increase to the same degree that capital is, because the capital is the thing responsible for it. Therefore, the factor payments are going to go to capital in that case.
You're absolutely right, but can you identify why it flipped in the 70s from 75 to the production worker and 25 to the capital owners and flipped to 25%?
I'm not sure that's true. So most of the numbers you've given me, I recognize are meme number things. So I'm not certain I'd be skeptical that's true. But regardless, I would imagine it's some effect of automation, some effect of just kind of generally more lax regulation, and to some degree lower taxes as well that benefited asset holders and such and such.
So you don't think it had anything to do with generate shareholder wealth theory and maximizing efficiency and driving value to the shareholders?
I don't think that's
prominent
I
in
don't
business
think that's
schools
the biggest mechanism behind it.
What do you think it is?
I feel like I just said.
You think it's automation itself that swapped the measure who's receiving the advance in productivity?
More specifically, how capital intensive certain increases in productivity are. I think they've probably gone to more capital intensive over time, and therefore the compensation of capital has grown over time.
So you think we saw higher levels of automation and magnitude from 70s to now versus 40 to 70s when we saw automation line being built in factories?
Probably, yeah.
Okay. I mean, I wouldn't agree with you, but
I mean, what else is responsible for the increase in productivity we've seen over that time? I think it would be automation, and I think it would be to some degree maybe specialization and scale and such as well.
Well, yeah, but you just said the actual automation itself flipped the share of the increase in productivity. So why would that impact the flip?
What I said is the capital intensity of these investments has probably grown over time. So the more capital intensive an investment is, the more capital is going to be compensated for the return on that investment, right?
So you're saying that if things get more
someone in chat just mentioned,
so you flip the share?
Someone in chat just mentioned computers, and it's a good example. AI data centers, right, are very capital intensive. They are something that increases productivity that is primarily purely capital. Obviously, there's some labor input insofar as running the data centers and building the physical thing itself, but it mostly just takes a lot of money, a lot of capital, a lot of physical capital goods to make the data center, right? So in that case, the capital is going to be compensated the most from that because they put up most of the well, I don't want to say effort necessarily, but most of the income to do that thing.
Well, there's one big hole in your theory, right? One huge gaping hole. The capital owners have always borne the cost of that automation at 100%.
I do not understand.
And they did so given 75% to the production worker before. So it sounds like you're advocating for a capitalist system, whereas we see data centers and who knows what future technology become even more capital intensive, that at some point it should shift even more. And people actually doing the work shouldn't get any share in increase in productivity. Okay. What happens to medium wages in your economic system.
I just want to.
I also want to add as well that data centers are not 100% funded by the capitalists. They are subsidized by, or not 100% funded by the capitalists. They are subsidized by governments.
Shocking. Well, to be clear, most of the subsidies are tax exemptions, so it's still the capitalists funding them. It's just that they don't have to pay taxes on a lot of the stuff or whatever. But I'm simply saying you would have to agree everyone's, whatever his name is, cut off everyone's. The relative intensity of capital versus labor in different investments is different, right? Like,
what are you talking about? Like manufacturing versus like coding?
Yeah, that's a decent example. Yeah, if I'm making a new investment in a manufacturing plant or whatever, there's going to be a lot of labor involved in doing that. If I'm doing coding, that's like mostly service sector work, like that. Like that's like for one software engineer is able to make a product that is shared across the country, whereas like a manufacturing employee is probably not able to make the product on its own, and is like a rival in consumption in a way the software isn't. Like the capital intensity of these investments is different. So the return to capital is going to be higher.
So what's the measured discrepancy in the share of the productivity that the factory worker versus the entry level software engineer should have in your perspective?
What do you want me to specify a number? I think they should be compensated based on close to their marginal productivity.
And would you say their marginal productivity increases when productivity increases?
Not necessarily.
So what's falsely keeping that down? If their productivity is increasing, would their marginal value to the company also increase?
No. When you say productivity, whose productivity do you mean? Do you mean productivity overall?
Their output, the company's output, which is their output, correct?
You mean the company's productivity overall?
Yeah.
But the company's productivity
what is
overall
the company's overall productivity made up of?
It could be it's inputs and outputs.
Right. What is the input?
But a company's productivity, for example, labor and capital are two broad categories of inputs, right? So it could be the case that the productivity increase in a company comes from capital and not from labor. It could be the case that the productivity increase from the company comes from a better management style for which the management and CEO might be better compensated, but for which the laborer isn't necessarily compensated more because its marginal productivity didn't increase.
You just lost when you said they should be paid based on their marginal utility to that company, because as capital is invested and expended to improve productivity, if they have a layoff, right, or they increase revenues, because they're certainly not doing this to go out of business and earn less money, the marginal utility or value of that employee for that company increases, and it's not increasing at the rate that their median wage is increasing. So you're arguing against yourself, saying that they are not getting a fair share of the productivity increase.
No, because again, if you're compensated for it, do you agree that someone's marginal product...
Am I taking crazy pills, or is that not just a conversation?
Do you agree, just conceptually, do you agree...
Mojo, anyone else hear that? Or was it just me? Did you not just say they should be based on their marginal value or utility? It should be based on
broadly the marginal productivity, yeah. But just to be clear, do you agree that someone's marginal productivity at a company can increase, while someone at the same company, their marginal productivity could remain the same? Is that conceptually possible?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, that's what I'm saying is happening in some of these cases you're referring to.
You're saying that because the capital owners made the decision of it, that their marginal value to the company changed, whereas the people who were actually able to produce more with the same amount of work did not. That's your argument.
It's whether or not the decision or investment of whatever input is the one responsible for whether or not their marginal productivity goes up as a result of their actions. So
if it came from a frontline worker, if it came from the frontline worker and management owned that decision and bubbled it up to the board, they made the decision. The decision is creating the utility, the mechanism to increase that front level worker's marginal value to the company, but he shouldn't gain any share in it, even though the idea came from him.
I don't know if he had some idea that truly benefited the company or whatever. Arguably, he should receive some benefit from that. Now, probably like workers are never going to get their full margin of productivity, and if it truly is just like some random idea or whatever, even if it's good for the company, his pay is essentially capped by what other companies are willing to pay him, unless they have good reason to believe that they're also going to give him good ideas, and they don't necessarily have any incentive to actually pay him closer to his marginal productivity, right? But
where do you think the ideas of automation, the factory line, came from? Do you think it came from the board, or do you think it came from someone who's a subject matter expert on the front lines working that factory line?
I'm not sure. Probably a mix of them at a bunch of different places. Like what?
It's not. It's always a frontline worker. The subject matter
There's no way, like
experts
Henry Ford
always
was not
understand how they can improve
Hold on.
it. So would
Subject
you,
expert,
as
wait,
my
just to be clear,
board,
like Henry Ford
Go
was
ahead.
not, he might have been a frontline worker at some point, but when he was making a lot of decisions about how to automate Ford production, he was not a frontline worker, right?
where did he borrow those ideas from?
Okay, I'm going to repeat myself. I understand Henry Ford might have been a frontline worker at some point, but when he was actually making the decisions at Ford and actually putting up the capital to invest in these things, he was not a frontline worker, right?
No, probably not. Do you think the ideas
you
of how
agree that
to automate those
they're-
lines better came directly from him?
Some of them did, probably.
So you, as the board member of my company, are you going to have an understanding of the inefficiencies in the process of me, your worker, better than me, to understand how to improve it?
As a board member, not necessarily, but I think broadly speaking, CEOs and those who like work at the company probably do have some understanding of those things.
As a CEO, so the majority of CEOs don't come up from the bottom up in businesses, right? It's a very lucrative career path, but generally you see CEOs hopping around from business to business. So unless they came up through that business through the factory line, in this instance, in this example, they may not have any understanding. And on their path, their career path up to CEO, there's probably some time between when they worked that line and became CEO, and certainly some changes over that time. So they may not be a subject matter expertise on the actual process and how to eliminate the inefficiencies.
CEOs, generally, to my understanding, do have a decent level of understanding of what goes on in a lot of their companies that they manage, right? I think that's, probably true. Jeff Bezos has a decent understanding of Amazon. Probably true that, Bill Gates has a decent understanding of Microsoft, such and such, right? I think that's, probably the case. And to the extent that's not true, that probably only makes my argument stronger, given that we have evidence that like CEOs actually, so we have evidence that CEOs actually make companies like more productive, and like there are efficiency gains from hiring a good CEO. And like when firms CEO die or get suddenly hospitalized, you can estimate the value of the CEO to the company based on the stock price movements. And we have evidence that like when CEOs die, their firms tend to perform worse relative to firms where CEOs didn't die. So like all this evidence that
That's
CEOs
just cult of personality. Do you have anything to like back this data up that you're claiming exists? No?
Yes,
Okay.
I do. Wait, I could cite. Do you want me to cite you the studies?
Yeah, cite me a site that says a CEO is great because they're smart.
This is a wild.
Well, I think the examples that he gave were pretty self-explanatory. I mean, Bill Gates started in his garage, right? I mean, he started at the very bottom and worked his way up to the top or throughout the whole process. So did Jeff Bezos. So these are people that have experienced the entire process from beginning to end.
Yeah, I'd say he didn't need to prove that, but I'd say that that's very anecdotal when you look at the totality of businesses in the world and where their CEOs come from, and across all the ones that are doing like automation and efficiency, right? When we take the totality of businesses, they're all automating, all increasing their productivity. And there's a very small subset of CEOs that are homegrown and subject matter expertise.
Right, but I think that, so to the extent that's true, and I think that's probably correct, but I think that probably only makes my argument stronger, right? Because that would be evidence that CEOs are benefiting.
Weaker.
No, that'd be evidence that CEOs are benefiting the companies despite not even having the subject matter expertise, right?
Well, your argument, and let me restate it, your argument is that the capital owners, CEOs, C-suite people should get rewarded the most from the gains of productivity because they're making the decisions that increase that productivity. My counter argument to that claim was that the inception, the ideation of efficiency and process improvement and automation all comes from mainly comes from the frontline worker or the SME of the process because they have intimate knowledge. So if that is your argument, you made it weaker, not stronger.
Well, okay.
I would agree with everyone's dad. specifically because Bezos and Bill Gates made those products and oversaw the implementation. There's more than 1 million businesses that go out of business every year. So CEOs do not actually know their products or implements. They just have a fiduciary responsibility.
Are you arguing that CEOs don't bring value to companies, or what?
They do not.
Why are businesses just paying like random people millions or potentially billions of dollars for no reason?
Yeah, hold on real quick, because I've been not
that
to
makes no sense under any market system that we're gonna have a profit incentive to
I just gave you the example. I just gave you the actual data behind that, where the people you were citing invented the product and the processes and oversaw the implementation. They started from the bottom because they made it. Now, if you actually look at the conglomerate there, Scratch, more than 1 million businesses fail in this country every year. So that's 1 million CEOs that drove it into the dirt.
Wait,
I got a shower.
Wait, that's not true, right? Like, just because a business failed doesn't mean it's the CEO's fault necessarily, right? Business can fail for other reasons than an incompetent CEO. And once again, citing just Bill Gates or citing any of these people isn't necessarily meaning that CEOs aren't bringing value to any their companies, right? So that was not proving your claim whatsoever.
You would have to give more data set than just 2 CEOs.
Here's the data looking at. Here's the data looking at over.
There's 2 CEOs.
Here's data looking at over 500 CEO hospitalizations and deaths in Norway. They find that firms experiencing entrepreneur death have about 20 percentage points, lower survival rates 2 years after the death event. They also have significantly higher bankruptcy rates.
Where is this coming from?
This is
that would actually strengthen everyone's dad's argument.
I think it was like
they don't bring any value; they soak value.
This is a study.
Where that source is coming from.
It's a study by some economist in CES IFO. I believe this is a probably Norwegian economics journal.
So you have to go all the way to Norwegian economics journal to find something that you claim is so obvious. No, I'm just I'm curious why
probably just the data.
It seems like you're just reading stuff off a computer and then you can't even tell me where the source is right away because you're just like furiously Googling things. So it's why I'm curious. You've been making a lot of claims, and then when people call you out on the claims, you like just really quickly pivot. So I'm just wanting to make sure that I'm keeping up with these claims.
Yeah, I just Nonfon. I just want to condemn Nonfon for the practice of like giving sources when asked for them and actually having data on hand to do it. Like,
yeah. By the way, what's the source?
None of this is me Googling stuff. I have stuff in my notes.
Journal. That's not a source. Saying it's just from some Norwegian economics journal. He didn't tell me who wrote it. He didn't tell me what the Norwegian economics journal was.
These are Sasha Obecker and Hans K.
So this is trust me, bro politics. Okay, thank you.
This is not trust me, bro. First of all, this is at the very. If I'm doing trust me, bro, right now, what you're doing is like God level faith.
No, I'm asking for a source. No, I'm asking for a source.
I gave you the source.
You have told me Norwegian journal, economic journal. That's what you gave me. Okay, that's not really a source.
I want to be clear. She didn't make a claim. You did. You're the one who's supposed to provide the source.
He just gave the authors.
Wait, what was her claim?
Her claim was that it's something. She did ask for the source. I forget exactly what she said. It was something about. She's not the one that said
CEOs I can tell you what I said. I said, "Can I have a source?" That's what I said.
You said that, but before you said that, there was something that prompted me to
If you can't define her claim, then there wasn't a claim. Like, you don't even know what she's looking for. It's possible that I couldn't remember. Someone else said that, like, CEOs don't provide any value or whatever. That wasn't her, but that was a general conversation.
No, that wasn't me. I would, again, like the source, please. The name of that Norwegian journal that you just sourced?
It's,
like I said, actual claim that you made, Non, was that CEOs do provide a value. That's why you brought the examples of Bill Gates and Jeff Bezos. But once again, those were the entrepreneurs. They started from the ground. They built it. They know the processes. They don't have to learn it. It's not some other company that they're coming into. They built it from the ground up.
Okay. I'm failing to see how that conflicts with stuff I've said.
Because it's just 2 examples, whereas I gave you the factual information that more than 1 million businesses fail every year in this country. And yes, most of them do have CEOs. You can attribute that to CEOs or not, but that is factually their job to make the company money. If they fold, the CEO did not do their job.
We don't have to just attribute that or not. We can, like, for instance, look at a lot of data and do some type of causal inference using a bunch of statistical tools to determine the actual effect. For example,
here's the thing: we can look at a lot of data isn't data.
For example,
you've been doing it the whole entire time, and it's kind of weird because you just make these claims, but then you're like, "Trust me, bro."
I'm not. Trust me, bro. I feel like I provided a crazy amount more evidence than other people.
Journal? Where's the Norwegian Economic Journal? Can you just? You can just type
I did
in the
it.
chat,
I told you the name. It was CES IFO, Center for Economic Studies and IFO Institute. I believe it's the authors are Norwegian. I believe it's actually a part of a German school, I believe.
Standards of Economic Studies. What was that?
Well, it's a CES IFO. That's what it is. The CES is capital. The IFO is not capital.
Name of the article, please.
Do entrepreneurs matter?
No, your term is on CEOs. That was your claim. They bring value.
Oh my God.
Exactly.
Okay.
No, they are different.
Exactly.
The CEO
Because the guy living next door.
Holy
No,
shit, guys.
the guy living next door is an entrepreneur. The guy who lives next door to me is an entrepreneur. However, he's not a CEO. So yeah, there is a difference. 100%.
The name of the article
there's a
is
clear,
about that.
Clear
the
difference.
data he's citing from the study is different. Okay, it's not about the data. Isn't specifically about entrepreneurs. It's just about CEOs. They cite from the study. Okay, can we divorce those two things? Are you smart enough to do that?
Sure. I mean, but he's not validating or invalidating his own claim. He claimed that CEOs brought value to the companies.
Yes, he said, I got this data about CEOs. I got it from this article, from this journal, from these authors. If you disagree with the source, you guys can go read it and say what's wrong with it.
Well, the problem is they're talking about entrepreneurs, which I just gave you the disclaimer.
I imagine the reason they do that is because in some cases
built the company.
Hey.
I can't. This is insane, right? Like if I read a study titled, I don't know, the effects of immigration, the effects of immigration, right? And in that they estimate the population of the United States because they use that to derive like the amount of legal immigrants in the country. And I say, oh yeah, the population of the US is this from this study. It says like the effects of legal immigration. Like, well, it says illegal immigrants at the title of the study. So how could you possibly say it derives this data? Of course, there's different data other than just like what it's talking about in the study because they're probably gonna be proving other things. Like, holy shit, guys, we can't be this dumb.
Well, factually, you're saying this study is from immigration, but then you want to go and talk about like the effects of healthcare for all or Medicare for all. Like they're not actually linked in the way that you want them to be.
Oh my God. How do you know how this data is relevant or not to the article when you haven't even read it, Robot?
I just want to make a quick point here.
You haven't read it. You just like don't know if it's relevant or not. This
is also, just to be clear, this is what they mean by entrepreneur. I imagine either in Norway, the firm structure is different, so CEO is a little different there, or they didn't want to restrict it to just strictly CEOs because there are other cases where someone might be conventionally like an executive or something that doesn't technically have CEO term. The database contains about 65,000 firms where an individual owns at least 50% of the shares initially, and more than 500 firms where one of these individuals died before the end of 2009. That's what they're looking at there.
So it's not specifically people who started a business. It's just about the owners of the business itself or the CEOs.
Well, people who owned at least 50% initially. So it would include like
I don't know. Like,
an owner and a CEO are two different things.
Well, hold on. It's not necessarily about the owner versus CEO. It's about founder versus CEO, because a lot of, if you look at tech platforms, for example, the people who create tech platforms out of nothing in their garage or their mom's basement or whatever, they may be brilliant programmers and come up with a great idea, and they may also have zero managerial skills. So once they build their platform to a certain point where it starts capitalizing, they are not the most effective person to manage the business. So at a certain point, they may get replaced by the capital that they bring in to invest in their business, because the capital understands, hey, Jeff Zuckerberg or whoever, like, might need to be pushed out because he's just a nerd who understands how to program things. He makes a great product, but he can't run the fucking business. Like, this is a tale as old as time. The two skill sets are not always parallel. So that's why a CEO is important, because a person who can manage the business and grow it is more valuable to the capital that's being invested than the nerd incel programmer who sits in a basement all day.
So you're saying
Well,
that the
what
CEO
you
who
just
can manage it is
described.
more important than
Hold
the
on.
entrepreneur?
Hold on. I don't know if he's even here or not. Utopia Homes, are you there? Hello, Utopia.
Hi there.
Hello.
I came in earlier because I heard about the universal healthcare is reviled by the rest of the world. I thought it was the funniest joke in the longest time.
Okay, you're in a bathroom, and I don't care. Go ahead.
Last point on this. The best example of this is Sam Altman with OpenAI. He started it from nothing, built it up to a fantastic company, and then was pushed out by the board, and the employees revolted. And they all said, "We're leaving if you don't bring Sam Altman back," because he knew how the operation ran, and he was the best person from a morale perspective to lead the organization. So in that specific case, the team said, "We're not fucking working here anymore if Altman isn't here." But there's also examples of the opposite, where a person who's great at programming and great at inventing new processes or services or products or whatever builds a thing from the ground up and is not the best person to manage it. So in that case, a CEO does provide value because they can manage the business overall better than the person who founded it.
And could you describe Steve Jobs for me?
Yes, Steve Jobs was a fantastic marketer. He relied on Steve Wozniak to build the actual product, and then Steve Jobs sold it and then got fired by the board, and they went fucking Apple in the 90s was losing their way. And finally, they realized they needed to bring Steve Jobs back because they needed to have a face of the organization, someone who could market the product and stand in front of a crowd of 1,000 people and say, "This is why you need to buy an what was the fucking the iPhone before it was just MP3s? What was it called? An iPod? Yeah, this is why you need to buy the iPod. Yeah, this is why you need to buy the iPod because it's so much better than everything else." He was amazing at positioning products. Right?
And you think no one else could have done that?
I think that's a very poor characterization.
That's a
Did you
unique
not
skill.
hear Steve Jobs' speech? I think it was at Yale or one of the Ivy League schools. Like, he started dropping out of classes to take things like calligraphy, and that's how he designed the GUI interface.
It'd be like
he's
really
a
useful
builder.
if like
he built it.
He stole the GUI interface from Xerox.
If we had like data
Oh my
on
God! And then
a
Microsoft
lot
stole it from them.
of
Here
CEOs, like a lot of CEOs over a decent chunk of time, and then like maybe if we like compared, the firms where the CEO like died or was hospitalized to the firms that didn't, and we did like a difference there, maybe we could like estimate the effects overall and not just have to rely on these anecdotes. That'd be kind of crazy if like some study did that, don't you think?
We could just do another Trust Me Bro, though.
True.
I have a question. So,
but just to be clear, I'm sorry, but like when I'm reading this and it says we run difference in differences regressions comparing the performance of treated firms and matched control firms before and after entrepreneur death, we find robust evidence that firm performance drop after the entrepreneur's death. The magnitudes are large. For example, the mean effect on sales is about 60%, while the mean effect of on employment is about 17%. Like, do we not take this as like decent evidence to support my claim?
Like, well, no, it's not decent evidence. You haven't connected the dots yet. It could also be, emotional shock, investor panic. There's so many things that it can be, but you're attributing it to this one thing. Now, if investors start to panic once a CEO dies and they think that the company is going to go down, then they're going to pull their investments, right? So we don't know for sure what the reason is that these, but you're saying that panic? You do know for sure.
They probably, I don't think all the panic there would be irrational. They probably panic because they think the CEO entrepreneur is doing a good job and they are worried about the survival of the firm.
No, everyone panics in the midst of change.
You can make up whatever reason you want. I mean, you can make up whatever reason you want.
Investors notoriously throughout history have panicked in the face of change. They always panic in the face of change, unless that change is going to be an immediate, a big boom in the market, right? But if things start to make it look like it's going to go south and sideways, investors always panic.
Yeah, I'm just like.
Wait, sorry.
I'm
hold
more
on.
than unconvinced.
Next paragraph here.
Okay, go ahead.
One explanation for Aristotle is that entrepreneur death creates turbulence. If so, we would expect a large immediate effect on firm performance and a partial or full reversal over time. The point estimates indicate that the immediate effects of entrepreneur death are quite modest relative to the sustained effects that accumulate after some time. This finding suggests that entrepreneurs have a causal effect on the growth path of a firm. Sorry, that's just like next paragraph. That's crazy that they address that right then.
Oh, see, it's cool when you actually read the whole thing, isn't it?
To be clear, I have read studies before. I kind of doubt that you have read that many studies before, but I don't read the full thing of every single study I cite because generally I
didn't even read the Wikipedia article, for Christ's sake.
Brother. Okay, first of
Mojo,
all,
bro.
generally
I don't want to rag at you, bro, but like
when I'm citing these things,
you claim to be a Marxist, and I asked you what use value was like 3 months ago, and you did not know. So I think it's a little bit more damning on you.
I still have
you know exactly what I'm talking about. You don't know anything about Marxism, Mojo, okay?
Scratch, you're trying to attribute a philosophy dispute versus actual driven data, which he's citing.
Wait,
which one do you think is worse to be wrong about?
I don't know when you have... What do I think is worse? When you claim to be a Marxist and you have Karl Marx sitting up in your corner in your text box and you don't know anything about the ideology you claim to be, I think that's probably worse, yeah. Versus somebody who I know Nonfon and I've looked at his research documents and it's very long. I'm not going to expect him to literally have memorized every single study.
If I say that...
just to be clear, I just want to say...
No, we're not going down this fucking sidetrack. Shut up. We're not going down the sidetrack. Stop. Now, I just want to know if you guys think that the world is better off today because Jeff Bezos created Amazon.
Overall, probably.
Why?
Because a lot of people like Amazon. It's provided a lot of cheap goods to consumers. It provides a lot of web services to a lot of important companies.
You think those things wouldn't exist without Bezos?
I mean, I think they probably wouldn't have been as good.
Yeah. What would lead you to believe that?
No.
What would lead you to believe that?
Oh, the fact that Jeff Bezos, I think, succeeded, I think is evidence of the fact that it's difficult for other people to outcompete him, essentially. Like I think it's evidence that
Do you think he might have succeeded because he made people stand at the package lines and pee in bottles, or maybe because I don't know, he fought all the unions off to make sure that people weren't getting paid correctly. He had horrific conditions. Because of the wealth capital accumulation he had. How about buying the Washington Post so he could sway the public? Do you maybe even buying a president for that?
So I think the place I have the most concern with health inequality is like the freedom of press and the potential corruption. So I don't like that he was able to buy the Washington Post. I don't like that Elon Musk was able to buy Twitter. I don't know exactly what I'd do to prevent that. I think there has to be something there to stop that stuff from happening. And I think there's a really big issue now with Trump specifically, especially with regards to the amount of corruption he's engaged in, where, he a lot of mechanisms by which you can buy his meme coin, or, his sons are both on boards of, defense contractors or whatever, getting contracts right now.
Off if Amazon didn't exist. We'd be better off.
No,
if Amazon
that doesn't follow. That doesn't follow. So I'm just granting you. I don't even want to say granting you because this is like my belief. I think this is the biggest area where that I'm concerned with. That being said, with regards to like the working conditions or whatever, one, I'm not certain the working conditions of many of these workers would be better without Amazon, just because probably another firm would have also treated them kind of poorly. And probably Amazon, from my understanding, Amazon at least pays fairly well. I think they pay at least $15 an hour everywhere. So like probably they're made better off relative to counterfactual by Amazon.
Wait, is your point that if Jeff Bezos didn't do this, another capitalist would have made them pee in bottles?
Yeah.
I'm saying if I'm comparing whether or not the world is better, and also I don't know the full scale of that. Truthfully, I understand. I understand there's horror stories, and I'm sure working in a warehouse is not a fun time or whatever. But I think probably there's not good reason to believe
you were so
that,
delusional.
What?
Man, if it doesn't fit into your narrative, it doesn't exist. That's fucking awesome.
I'm just saying I don't know how widespread it is. I literally, and I'm sure working in a warehouse is not that fun. I've not heard good things about it. Okay, but I think like probably there's not like good reason for me to believe like working at Amazon, like the working conditions are super significantly negative relative to the counterfactual world.
Yeah,
them
creating a union is a great reason. If it was so good, they wouldn't need to create a union, despite Amazon having multiple anti-union, union-busting rhetoric all over their bathrooms, posted everywhere on their bathrooms. So if the working conditions were so good, they wouldn't actually have to create a union. By the way, I'm looking at that article that you cited, and I see why. I'm not done talking yet. And I see why you were reluctant to tell me about this source. And the reason is because this article, first of all, exclusively follows only Norwegian companies, and it's only a handful of companies, and it's only companies that were. It's the founder of the company that must be unalived. It has to be the founder. It has to be. Let me finish. It has to be the founder, and it has to be a company that is less than 10 years old.
This is crazy.
This is how you manipulate.
10 years old, really?
Yes, this is how you manipulate information to get your point across. And this is why I am so hell bent now from this point on, since I'm going to be on this panel, having you list every single source that you mentioned. I'm going to read through it all.
Wait.
While we're on the source fucking, can we get some evidence that specifically founders or founders' death is more influential than like a CEO's death, or like a specifically that we need to control for it being a founder? No. You guys are saying that the founder. Wait, no. You guys are saying. Wait, I just want to source this, right?
No. I just want to say that 65% of companies fail within the first 10 years anyway.
Wow.
65% of companies fail within the first 10 years anyway. So it's
that's crazy.
Pretty ridiculous.
You know what they should do? They should do some like matching where they like match similar firms.
Yeah, it's also only like 341. So I don't know where you got that 69,000 from, but it's
65,000 of which 349 died, right?
304. Yeah. So if the claim is about the death, then it matters
the sample size. So like the sample size, they're tracking.
The sample size would be
60. It's 65,000. They a subset of the sample had the.
Okay, I'm not going to argue about this.
Happen.
Those who didn't die don't count this.
Are you serious?
Yes, they do, because they do a difference in difference. They match the firms to comparable firms and compare the difference in difference.
The difference. No, you only look at.
I just want to be clear. So we're claiming that. Right, because this is a founder and not a CEO, that's going to have some kind of effect on the data because the founders know the process. Okay, so what's your evidence? What's your source? What's your evidence? What's your source? Wait, what study? What study?
What study? And it has to be a new company, so it has to be within the last 10 years.
No, I don't care. I don't care. Point me to a study.
The reason why I'm saying.
Point me to a study.
No, see, here's the thing is I'm saying I don't know, and you guys are saying you do know. I'm saying no.
You guys said that invalidated the data. You said it invalidated data. You said yes.
I know in debate, bro. Rhetoric. This is very important for you guys to know everything.
I know.
What I'm telling you is that I don't. I wish I could get a. Let me
I'm going to boot you from the panel. I'm going to boot you from the panel. You guys need to stop doing this shit. I don't do this on my panel. You fucking know that. Thank you. One person at a time, please.
Okay. So I was not making a claim. I was saying that I don't know. You guys are saying that you do know. You know that it has to do with the death. That is the difference. I am comfortable living in the I don't know. You are not comfortable living there.
That's crazy. That's crazy when I got yelled at for saying I don't know that one dude. I was just saying I'm indifferent based on the conflicting evidence I've seen.
Because you're making a claim and you didn't have any evidence to back your claim up. I haven't made a claim yet.
He asked me what my opinion was on the privatization of the water system in Bolivia, and I said I've seen conflicting stuff about the effects of privatization generally. So I don't know anything specific about Bolivia. So I'm basically indifferent on it. And I got crucified.
Yeah, I wasn't there for that conversation. I apologize. I wasn't there for that conversation.
I got crucified for that. I'm very comfortable living
in the unknown.
Anyways. But
yeah, anyways, I don't know what these debate bro tactics are. Where I ask a question about like you guys saying that it has to be like the founders would affect the data because they've been with the company and therefore they know the process versus a CEO, and me asking for a source about that, and then you saying, well, you guys are saying that the death effects. I have no idea what that has to do with anything I just asked. Okay, so if you guys
does
could
the
provide a
CEO
source,
always find the company? Is the
no,
CEO the one who always finds the company?
if you guys could provide a source or some kind of study that proves that, like, when a founder versus a CEO, right, are gonna dies, it's gonna be like a substantially different impact. I'd love to see it. Otherwise, I don't care.
Okay, Scratch, listen. I'm generally in the abstract on your side and kind of on non-FOM's side in terms of capitalism. But, like, you guys, I'm sorry to say, you failed to like make the biggest, the most obvious pushback ever. We're talking about Amazon here recently, or 5 minutes ago, and you're still allowing them to say that Jeff Bezos runs the company. There's a reason he's not the CEO anymore.
Well, he's still on the board, right? He still has a majority share and stuff.
He's executive chairman, which is basically just a glorified title. But there's a reason that someone else is running it, not a founder, but the person who started AWS and built it into be the behemoth that is the money-generating engine of that company.
I think that's fine, like, to address rhetorically, but the fact is, right, the standard of evidence that's being imposed on Nonfon is way different than the standard of evidence being imposed on them, right? They like get the Nonfon like actually cites a source about founders, and then they just say, well, this like point in the data makes it invalid, but don't actually provide a source for why that point in the data would be invalid. So one person's actually providing studies or evidence for the points, and the other person isn't.
And I also just, I feel like I've said
wait, why would I point out the double standards in a conversation?
I also just want to point out, basically all of my sources are things that try very hard to isolate the effects of a given thing. So when they are looking at CEOs, they're looking at a large sample of CEOs and they're doing a difference in difference, and they're trying to isolate the cause of the death specifically. A lot of the stuff I've been giving as evidence is simply like anecdotes, and it's hard to determine cause and effect there.
I apologize, Scratch. I guess you want to talk about it.
Truth, Nick. Yeah.
Truthnik? What does Truthnik mean?
I don't know what that means.
Truth nuke, bro. Holy shit.
Oh, Truth nuke.
You said, yeah, you said,
I just thought we were moving on because I just thought we were moving on because Crust has kind of changed it, and then you were going back to it, so I thought that was inappropriate. But then Nonfon went back to it too, so I guess you still wanted to talk about it. So
look, I love linear conversations. Okay, I got to keep the conversation linear, straight on path.
Real.
Well, listen. Look. Sometimes data is not the thing that's going to win you an argument. Like, my name's Crosstabs for a fucking reason. I'm a data nerd, right? I dive into that shit. But the only way I was able to walk Mojo across his own house was by fucking crying in one of his debates, okay? So sometimes you have to bring the emotional argument a little bit, just a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
This is a fact. This is a fact. This is a fact. This is a fact.
All right, I'm gonna go in
that was good,
maybe like 10 or 15 minutes. So if you guys have any final things to really yell at me about,
Mojo, what kind of system are you even proposing?
Well, I don't know if you've never listened to me talk about what I wanted.
Obviously, he's proposing base market socialism. We all know this.
I mean, that's what he said earlier.
I would utilize that to move toward a better system. I want to get to a point where we have all basic needs met first, and then once we get all basic needs met, we can get rid of corporations and move them over to co-ops. And then once we get to co-ops, we can change our governmental system as well to ensure that we have a direct democracy or some sort of representative democracy that is more accountable to the people, so they can be fired.
Where the government controls all the firms.
No, the government wouldn't control the firms. There are no firms. There are co-ops. Co-ops owned by the
co-ops are a type of firm.
Co-ops owned by the workers.
Yeah, co-ops are a type of firm. They are a type of firm.
Okay. I don't fucking care.
He says that a lot.
So the government will control the firms via direct democracy? Like, what are... Is that what we're saying?
The government doesn't control the firms. They The government doesn't control the firms. The workers control the firms or the co-ops or whatever the fuck you want to call them.
Okay, wait, what was the direct democracy part about then?
Because the government puts into place... Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Mojo.
The direct democracy would be moving away from the representative democracy that we have right now, where we get to replace people every once in a while. We can actually set up a direct democracy where everybody gets to vote on everything, or we could have a representative democracy, but the representatives have to be accountable immediately. So if they make a bad decision, the people can have a vote immediately to remove them and replace them same day.
Right. So in this scenario, if the janitor is the most popular person in the company and they hold a vote as to who becomes the next CEO, the fucking janitor who everyone loves gets
I'm aware
voted
of
in.
what I know. I understand what market socialism is. Okay, buddy.
That's not at all what I said. By the way,
that's the logical extension. It's a logical extension.
No, it's not. No, it's not. Everybody serves their individual.
Well, it depends on the bylaws of the individual.
I don't think you're
co-op.
I don't think you're voting in the janitor as the CEO. I think you vote on people to hire or vote. Well, I guess you could. I mean, if you're starting a company and you got 4 people in the company, you're going to choose one of those people to be an operating officer of some kind. I suppose that's probably true.
But for how long? Like, when does the new vote happen for the next CEO?
Depends on the bylaws of each individual co-op.
It would depend on the bylaws, but you can set it up anytime you want.
Right. Okay. So in my co-op, we've got a 10-year term, I guess, for CEO. And when 10 years comes around, Bob the janitor, who is beloved by everybody, gets voted in to be CEO. Is he going to be as effective as an experienced CEO?
Maybe not. And if he's not, then the business fails. Okay. And if the business fails, that means other co-ops. That means that business wasn't as good as other ones, and those ones will succeed on market because it's a market system.
Right.
Based. Okay? Just like if a board were to select a shitty CEO, okay, then that business would fail. Right. Also, I don't in our current system, we could elect Bob the janitor as president. Okay, so unless we're
we elect Trump as president, we can elect anyone. Okay.
Yeah, we elect Trump. Honestly, I'd rather have Bob the janitor. Okay, not gonna lie.
Yeah, I'm gonna. I'll talk to you guys next week, or maybe I'll talk to the Civics and Mojo, whoever before then on Discord or whatever. Yeah, but cool. Appreciate being here.
I love my twink Nonfon. Okay, I love you, bro.
Okay, I love. Am I allowed to say BBC on TikTok?
Okay, bro. Okay.
Nonfon, really, honestly, Nonfon, thank you for being here. It was really fun. Yeah, I was only up for a few minutes, but I watched the whole thing. Thank you for coming over from YouTube to TikTok. That was really cool of you. Appreciate that.
Oh, by the way, I'm shamelessly shouting myself out. Okay, Nonfon on YouTube, Nonfon420, Twitch, Kick, and Twitter. Okay, see you guys. I'll talk to you later.
Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez.
Jesus Christ. I'm I don't know what to say. I feel like that whole time is crazy how often I feel like I was like misunderstood and they just like didn't understand the things I was saying, and they couldn't track some of the linear arguments, especially for the like more philosophy stuff. And then the fact that like Mojo would just say I don't care. Like I would directly say something to contradict his claim or like prove him wrong. Epically on him, place of ideas. He was like, I don't care anymore. It's like, okay, dog, that's crazy. Okay, I didn't stream this because my Wi-Fi is fucked up, but hopefully that'll be fixed within this week. So I'll hopefully be streaming again soon. So see you guys then. But like, subscribe, all that stuff. Appreciate it. Thank you for watching, and if you want to help me continue to make content, liking, subscribing, and commenting are all greatly appreciated. You can also make sure to check out my Twitch, my Kick, and my Twitter down below, or consider becoming a member to my YouTube channel, which really helps support me as well.